Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you know? Bum 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 bum. Bum bum ba-dum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. 5-minute prediction is up now. Which spot is safe? Not which spot. Which spot? King Rudy, rather, of the Tuesday Dynasty. I liked it. And since I always pick left, you know, I can't decide on a situation like this myself, ever. Ba-ba-dum-bum. Happy Friday. Ba-ba-dum-bum. New leader, patricians, after yesterday's triumphs. Ephra, good morning. And then after yesterday's triumphs, of course, we wear the patrician's ring. Ranger, welcome on in. I have a ring for every nation in King of the Castle, plus a couple additional ones. The winner of the previous day's games, or in this case, while we're doing this, like the best accumulated points total. The Grandies won a game yesterday, and the Pats won a game yesterday, but the Pats had more schemes overall completed. So Pats are in the lead, slightly over the Grandies at the moment. It is a void ring. Marrow, hello there. Rained, welcome on in. Morg Ramoon, hello there. There is, yes, of course there is. This is, I sat down to play one game of Minesweeper before I got on. And this was the one game, and it comes down to a 50-50. If you guys want to help me pick it, if you don't know what Minesweeper is, this is the last play I have. There was 2 mines left. You can see I have 4 spaces. There's which spot is safe? Is it this spot safe or this spot safe? I figure out one, I get the rest. Hello. Hello there. Lily. Hello there. Good morning here. Oh, really, Moon? Awesome! You got to marry Oriad. That's wonderful. Is the bottom left safe? I mean, I don't know. Welcome on in, Lily. Hope all is well here with you. Lazy. Hello there. Honestly... What dude I pick? I don't know what to pick. The little scene with you two together where she comes in the room, yes, is very nice. Tired. Just tired is all. Cam went blurry, by the way. Maybe because I was doing this. I don't know. Do things look better today? I was trying to fix some things. And I do see, yeah, why does it look so blurry? I was trying to fix things on the camera. Why are you not focused well? Alright, thank you, Lily. Feed those doggos, please. My brother is home today, so I don't have to take care of the dogs. Not yet. Maybe a little later I will. The Barons, we are doing, of course, a 2-week-long sort of tournament around here. The Barons are in last place currently. They're the only ones who have not won a game. The Grandies and Pats are doing the best. They have both won 3 of their 6 games. Counts are, is it 1 of 4? I think the Counts are, the Counts have 2 yet. Lily, thank you here. Good to see you, Lily. So Roswell, it depends. And then, of course, the ultimate prize for these couple of weeks' streams is a costume put together for the winning faction. So if there's one of these you particularly want, if there's one of these you don't want, maybe you pick the other team and play against them. Maidenless, how are you doing too? How are you? Well, come on in. Did the poll's up, right? Prediction is done? Let me see. Not Twitch, not giving you a notification. Lousy Twitch. Which spot is safe? Bottom left is what was picked in the prediction. I will choose the bottom left then. And it is safe! So yay. To explain then, how we then know where everything is. If you haven't played Minesweeper before, each number represents how many mines are directly adjacent to the number. So by clicking on that, we know it's not a mine. We can then use our information we have. This 4 right here, the flags are mines, has 1, 2, 3, now 4 to satisfy it. This 3 here, for example, then, has 1, 2, 3 now for it. We have 0 mines left. This last spot is safe. We get our cool sunglasses and we win a game of Minesweeper. It's that easy. One choice to win a game of Minesweeper. All you gotta do. Waper, welcome on in. Moon, hello there. Streak. Let's go, Streak. Really? Come on! How dare you? Go ahead, keep your secrets. At least a second win. At least a second win. Here. Probably here. Misplayed, but caught myself. Yep. Almost misplayed there, too. Ooh, that's good. Probably here. Oh. Without analyzing that little corner there, I immediately moved away, you saw. It's not going to be good. Let's see how many mines we have left for that. We can get this a win. We can get a win here, though. Doing very well. All right. We have 2 mines left. Never mind. I played Minesweepers for 30 years, so I'm very good at it. All right, there's 2 mines left. Are we gonna 50-50 again? And there's 4 spaces. They are both right here somewhere to satisfy this too. So this place is safe, so it's probably going to be... This place is going to be safe. It's going to be here, here's the mines, and then that's safe, right? Yep. Boom. Boom! In 150 seconds. All right time, especially considering my pause there. When I paused, where was it at? That wasn't a bad. That was a pretty good. That was pretty good. All right. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Whatever time it may be. Wherever you may be today. This is Minesweeper. If you haven't seen Minesweeper, my hot Minesweeper action. Thank you. 2 games out of what was that, 4, 5? I started there? It's not bad, percentage-wise. But, daybreak is ending. Another rain will be beginning. We'll leave it on the win here. I'll come back for a streak later. Boom, 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 boom. But thank you all for joining me here today. Our final day of King of the Castle B League play. It is very front-loaded for Grandees. So Grandees are playing for the 4th time this week. They will only play 2 times next week. It's balanced out. Chiefs play 4 times next week then. I had to sort of do it that way in a little bit. We'll go path to victory here first. Your Majesty, when you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? Alright. My path to victory. I have not stumbled into a path to victory so far this week. I'm always afraid of that happening sometimes. There's been loyalist victories, and loyalist attempts. But I will roll a d6 then, to determine what my path to victory will be here today. The first reign. We get a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will be the architect of a new golden age. Right there in the middle, 15 total. Alright, not bad then. A lofty goal indeed. I suggest over the next few years, you focus on improving the kingdom's overall trade as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Alright. We'll go council introductions next. Now that you're the king, your first duty is to meet with the Council of Nobles. Dragnar, thank you for working. Thank you for lurking. Hope all was well. Happy Friday to you, sir. Your nobles hail from across the kingdom. The desolate east, the scorching south, and of course, the bleak march. So Grandees, the tournament so far, Grandees have been doing very well. Counts are in the middle. Barons are worse so far. Let's meet everybody. The Counts. Morkramoon, an honor to finally meet your acquaintance, Your Highness. May you escape the doom that befell your predecessor. We'll try. Grandees. Ranger. May the ninth god bless your reign, Your Holiness. I trust you will conduct yourself with honor and with faith. I like the look as a Grandee Ranger. Barons. Hail and well met, my liege. Under your leadership, we'll whip this kingdom into shape. Come on, barons. Hoorah! Maidenless. Barons, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. By your exquisite mustache. Let's do this. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices, as the nobles argue with each other and demand your favor. Is this what the council is like? No wonder your father told you to avoid the throne at all costs. Go to my coordination next. Your Majesty, I've scheduled your coordination to take place in a week's time. Shouldn't I be giving orders now? Of course, Your Majesty, but to delay any longer would make the nobles restless. And when nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest back. They wouldn't dare. You should pay more attention to your history books, your majesty. The nobles are always plotting something. As is tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation. Of course, let's call the nobles in. All right. Welcome on in, everybody. This is your first council vote of the game. Truly, I am not playing it. It is you, the nobles, the viewers, exclamation point, join. You can join on in and then exclamation point, vote, space, A, B, C, or D. What do we do for the coronation today? A, host a lavish party with jugglers and fountains of wine. B, proceed with a religious ceremony that honors the ninth god. C, throw the king into the river. Or D, these are outdated traditions. No need for a coronation at all. There are always consequences to your actions. You will see them on the right there for the statistics. As far as I know, coronation never amounts to anything else other than this, though. I will not veto or monarch's vote, and I will not use too many laws today. I will, next week, Coin is King and Whisper will be in play again, everybody. So if you want to favor your nations a little bit more, they will be open all next week here. What do we do in the coronation? Ooh, three-way tie between A, B, and C. The lone count going C to break the tie. We'll throw the king into the river. It is decided. The king will be thrown into the river. Stability will go down. Authority will go... Or stability will go up. Authority will go down. What? What kind of coronation is that? A very traditional ceremony, dating back to Queen Alma the Wise. It's meant to represent you being reborn as a true king or something. When in doubt, baptize your king. The nobles pick you up and carry you out to the Treadwater River, hurling you into the shallow water with a cheer. When you climb back up the banks, soaking wet, the Chancellor steps forward and places the crown upon your head. Is it your imagination, or some of the nobles' stifling giggles, 3 hours before work? Hope you can get to... We'll get the first game maybe done in time for you gamers. Maidenless, rather. Gamers coming in. How are you doing, gamers? Welcome on in, sir. You are a grandee for the game here, gamers. Alright. End of season. We'll get to our first schemes. Barons. Tebecca of the Merrow bloodline. A charismatic marcher prodigy. Stands before a blazing hearth, shouting and swearing. When have the barons of the March backed down from a fight? Never! I know that you'll do what it takes to put me, your rightful queen, on the throne, damn it. Barons, how will you make that happen? Through A, subterfuge, B, an uprising, or C, modernization? Barons, A, involves lowering stability in the kingdom, B, raising the treasury up, and C, lowering others' military. Your first stages would be Marrow, Maidenless, Uprising, and Modernization. Any barons? If it is tied here, it is a random between those tied. Any barons? Right now between B and C, Uprising or Modernization. Barons have gotten to their third stage every game. They just haven't won ever. Today the day. We get modernization. The barons plan to modernize the kingdom's army in such a way that it's totally under their control. First, they must prove that the military is in need of reform. To advance their scheme, the barons must lower the other region's military to a combined total of 10 or less in 4 seasons. At least a single win, barons. It is at 9 currently. So, you know, they'll be looking to raise it. You can look to lower it here, barons. Yuli of the Ephra Bulbasaur dynasty, a sinister eastern chess master, leans delicately on a podium. My fellow counts, in ancient times, the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false King Rudy wears the crown. Your child? Yes. Yes, it is. Counts, how do you win the game today? Through A, doppelganger, B, intimidation, or C, possession. And for a quick in there, doppelganger, lowering your own defiance for A, raising its stability for B, lowering your own defiance for C as well. Defiance at 1 at the beginning of the game here. The stability is at 6. Any other counts? Dr. Joe, welcome on in. How are you doing here today, good doctor? Did you join the counts? No, you are a baron for the game here. Welcome on in, Joe. Hope all is well here with you. Counts, random between A and B. A little bit ill. I hope you feel better. As a doctor, I'm sure you know what to do. Drink plenty of fluids. Eat well. Get rest if you need to. Don't work too hard. Take care of yourself, everybody. The counts plan to hold the king hostage in his own palace. First, they must lull the spymaster into a false sense of security. To advance their scheme, counts must raise stability to 5 or more in 4 seasons. Sits at 6. Grandees, Zaquil of the Gamer's 1700 lineage, a legendary southern vinter, stands bathed in sunshine, speaking softly. So, like a wine aunt, just an overzealous wine aunt, maybe. Marrow, thank you, sir. I appreciate it then. The nephews appreciate it. I don't know, I won't be able to get to lunch with them because of the double games, but this weekend, definitely make these. Thank you. Appreciate it then. A false pretender occupies the throne while my claim is ignored. Grandees of the South, this is a stain on our honor. We must not allow it to go unanswered. Marrow, thank you. Grandees, what do we do? A, sorcery. B, fervor. Or C, excommunication. Some good ones. At least I don't have a ponytail. Hey! A involves raising authority up. B involves raising your own farming. And the first stage for C will be lowering stability. You don't sound like that? I'm sorry. Gamers, what accent should I do for you? If anyone wants me to do an accent when you're up, just tell me. Some of them get a little, you know, as you can tell, good. The best imitator of all time. Grandees? Ranger? Ranger says fervor. You have succeeded with fervor so far this week. Combo Lurker agrees. We'll go with it. The Grandee claimant Zaquil has been chosen by the 9th god to be the next king. He has promised a first miracle, food for all. To advance their scheme, the Grandees must raise their farming to 5 or more in 4 seasons. All right, everybody has very long first stages then with the 4 season ones. But that means, in case you haven't noticed that pattern, if you have a long first stage, your second stage then is shorter. So a long first stage hopefully into the second short stage for everybody. Barons have picked modernization. They need the other nations' militaries to be low. The Counts' intimidation. They need the kingdom's stability to be high. The Grandees have picked fervor. They need their own farming to be high. My first law. I'll go gamble. Sorry. Sorry, my nobles. I don't like it either. We have 2 Counts events to start off with. Let's go Gossamer Shield. Moon. Hello, Moon. Your Grace, heed my plea. The great tragedy of our time has befallen the East. You ran out of capes. Worse even than that, I fear. An order of once great knights has fallen into disrepute. Not the honor of your knights. It's the order of the Gossamer Shield, your highness. They were once the greatest of knightly orders to serve the counts. Their virtues were extolled by bards across the land, tales that would make a troll weep. But they've been brought low. They're working as glorified bounty hunters for the South. This is a stain on the honor of the East. Nonsense. Our military has suffered some setbacks recently, so we hired Gossamer Security to keep order. For a pretty penny, I might add. To the south, hire the Count's former knights. Your military goes up, but you all lose 300 gold. That's all right for one. That's not bad price for one military, I suppose. Airhawk, hello there. Gossamer Security has been solving the problems we once solved and kicking the buttocks we want kicked. Kick those buttocks. Airhawk, you are a count for the game. Welcome on in here, sir. Blood and Stars, Gossamer Security? How's it come to this? These are knights, not mercenaries. They need reminding of a little thing called chivalry. Please, your grace, I beg the council to be reasonable. It is a vampire day today, indeed here. What do we do then? A, do we call the order and restore its courtly dignity? Do we B, invest in Gossamer Security to help protect the South? C, hire the order to join the Palace Watch? Or D, ignore the situation? It is a Barons Counts Grandees game today, Airhawk. Barons in the standings are not doing very well. They don't even have a win yet. Counts are middle of the pack. Grandees have been doing very good. Maybe we should hire them. The Palace Watch are pretty pathetic. No veto. I won't be using too many laws throughout the games here today. Mostly to either be funny or to stop the game from ending too soon. I'll use it if we get anonymous voting. I've been liking doing anonymous voting recently. Call the order, restore their dignity. Getting a few votes. C also getting some as well. That's 2 in D. Close one. No one wants to invest in them. Tied at the moment. Tied at the moment, but then, let's see, Airhawk comes in. We will hire the order to join my Palace Watch. The Palace Watch are notoriously horrible. When they arrive in the palace, the Knights of the Gossamer Shield turn out to be petty, argumentative, and ruthless, worlds away from Countess Moon Clarinet's romantic vision. Of course, she exaggerated. Veracor, hello there. But they are very, very efficient. On their first day, they catch a thief sneaking into your kitchen and beat him to a pulp. Ooh, I do like that. Beating thieves to a pulp. That's my style. Veracor, you are a grandee for the game. Welcome on in. How are you feeling today? Authority goes up. As for the existing watch, they're intimidated by the newcomers, who take delight in mocking their skill during sparring matches. Alright. So they seem to be good at their jobs, but a little rude, maybe you will say. Giant spiders. Airhawk coming to me. Your Majesty, a forest on my land has been completely overrun by giant spiders. Some are as big as horses. Apple King. A little overly enthusiastic. Yeah, lots of ways we can put it delicately, I think. Apple King, how are you doing here today? You are a baron for the game. Welcome on in. I saw too many romance novels while cleaning up my grandpa's place yesterday. Some of them aren't bad. I don't mind a cheesy romance novel occasionally. Spider Army time. We'll see, Airhawk. Just woke up, but you were fine. The best part of waking up is Hoy in your cup. I don't know. It is coffee day, in case you didn't know, everybody. Happy National Coffee Day. The trees are shrouded in webs. Travelers are going missing. We must put a stop to this. One thing I hate more than horses, it's spiders the size of horses. Alright, yes, everybody, we have giant spiders. What do we do? A, send in the army to wipe them out. B, burn it with fire. C, put a bounty on giant spider legs. Or D, we must learn to coexist with giant spiders. An interweb. Maidenness. How dare you? How dare you? Let's go ahead. Go ahead. What do we do? Can we coexist with giant spiders? They're monsters. We're monsters. We can make it work. Walk out. Counts want to coexist. It's split between A and B for the others. Anybody else? What do we do? Burn them? Coexist? That's two very different things. A bird will come in at the end. TL. Trying to come in to burn. I'm sorry, TL, then. How are you doing here today? It is the counts, though. Want us to coexist with the spiders. You are a baroness for the game. Welcome on in. Alright. I hope you know what you're doing, counts. Coexist? They're monsters! Mandibles dripping with venom, snatching merchants off the roads, stringing them up to suck them dry. I mean, that does sound very count-like. Thank you for kissing the ring. Defiance will go up for the counts. Thank you for kissing the ring, Veracor. Although they are not present in the kingdom today, it is the patrician's ring for a patrician's victory yesterday. There's no harm in trying it, I suppose, Airhawk. No harm? Tell that to the next poor soul they find hanging upside down with no juices left in their body. You send your chancellor to Quail University. Perhaps the scholars will have some ideas of how you and the spiders can coexist peacefully. It would be cool, Airhawk, maybe. Yeah, our card. Good news, your majesty! I have received a vision. I saw you bathed in holy light, blades and missiles crumbling to dust before they could reach you. You do not need to recruit an honor guard. The ninth god will shield you from all harm. We've been getting this event a lot lately. I've never seen the ninth protect someone from a sword through the chest. You need tangible guards, your majesty. Alright, let's learn about everything first. The Eastern Knights. The Order of the Drowned Rose are highly respectable. They'll understand palace etiquette, but it's been years since they fought an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. I know. Airhawk, you bring up a good point. I've only ever seen them harm anybody. Never actually protect. Your phone was in the microwave, gamers? I hope you didn't set it on. Wow. Battle nuns. They are terrifying warriors. They sworn a vow of silence. So at least they won't spill sacred secrets. But their faith and loyalty to the church above all. Even your safety. The veterans of the march. These soldiers have fought more battles than they've had hot dinners. They'd be uncouth, no doubt, won't adapt well to life in the palace. They're loyal, tough as nails. The mercenaries? They are a band of fearsome fighters from the Tatterlands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly, and hiring foreigners will betray a lack of confidence in our kingdom's fighters. I've made my decision. I await your verdict with bated breath, your majesty. And, what would happen? What if I don't need an honor guard? What if I believe the High Inquisitor here, Marshal? Your Majesty, I must protest in the strongest possible terms. Your nobles will consider this an insult to their warriors' prowess. And more importantly, without an honor guard, you're totally unprotected. Is your life worth so little to you? You were looking for... So you were looking for your pigeon in the microwave, gamers? Or your phone? What? A little confused. Yeah, we have gotten this already yesterday, and we got it a few days ago too. And, no, I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit here, Lady Frost. Where did you end up? Lady Frost, praise the 9th. You are a grandee. And, yeah, since we got this event, let's go with it. Trying to equate means of communication. Oh, all right. I gotcha. I'm willing to risk it. Fine. No doubt the common folk will see this as a sign of strength. So authority will go up. Defiance goes up for everybody. Who needs an honor guard when I know I have Gossamer security. That is my honor guard now. Don't blame me when you wind up on the wrong end of an assassin's blade. At last, a king who trusts in the night. You have nothing to fear, your majesty. Your enemy's arrows shall miss and their swords shall falter. Faith goes up across the board. Nice. I mean, true. If you are supporting Pats, you might want to get them down. End of season, we'll get to our first auction of the game. Exclamation point vote, or fund, exclamation point fund, space, your choice, space, how much you wish to bid. Everyone has a starting stack of 1,000 gold in King of the Castle. There are a few grandees, however, that lost some a little earlier when they were paying for the Gossamer security. Just a mini learning, more like MySpace. Let's review everything we have here. Only top 2 buildings get funded. A, the Grand Bazaar raises trade up for the barons. B, the Monument raises authority for the kingdom. C, the Library raises stability for the kingdom. D, the Observatory lowers faith for the counts. E, the Aqueduct will raise farming up for the grandees. And F, the Stadium will lower military for the grandees. MySpace had Tom. I'm your Tom. Yay! I like Tom. He had a vision. And he went with it. Not a nice, not the best first auction, I suppose, here. The counts want high stability. There's no counter to them. If they want to keep stability high, that's C. Barons need other people's military to be low. Therefore, they like F. The grandees want their farming to be high. That would be E. Everyone has a little something. Long-term counts might want D to keep their own faith down. Barons can get higher trade. There's an authority. You want to keep authority up, maybe. will be called How to Become Rich. There's a lot of books like that. The trick by getting people to buy your How to Get Rich books. That's how you get rich. 20 seconds in, early leaders are F and D. F, lowering military for the grandees. E, at 1 gold. Bargain price, raising farming for the grandees. F and D is still the only one being funded. We're trying to get bargains. We definitely are. I recommend at least 10 seconds. I will tell you 10 seconds left. Get your funding in there, probably. It is C and F currently now. C at 502, F at 400. There's 100 in B. Now, E and C, 10 seconds left. E and C currently are your winners. Everything's sort of hovering around there, though. E and C now, F and D. A and F. A gets up there. It's A and F at 700, 990. A and E. Biography channel. A and E, I think. A raises trade up for the barons. E will raise farming up for the grandees. Dr. Joe spending 1,000 at the end, I think, for the barons trade. And then farming going up for the grandees. Oh, joy, I don't get my money back. Did you not want that? I noticed available maidens and serfs and tender. Nice. All for the good of the kingdom. Of course, of course. All right, continuing our storylines. Let's go coexisting with spiders next. Greetings, Your Majesty. I'm an arachnologist you sent for. Having spider problems, we want to learn to live alongside of them, my good scholar. Ah, yes, they're Tyrannus magnum, colloquially known as the giant spider, or gigantula. Fascinating specimen with many practical uses. You can raise them as livestock and milk them for their potent venom, or you can harvest their silk, which makes for fine silks and formidable armor. Last but not least, you can train them from birth to be ridden as mighty steeds. Who can resist a cavalry regiment that comes into battle atop these almighty arachnids? Okay, the possibilities are endless. First, you must need to get a hold of some eggs. No easy task, I'm afraid. Alright. So how do we get spider eggs? Do we A, hire adventurers for the task? B, send in soldiers to kill the spiders and take their eggs? C, lure the spiders from their nests with an offering? Or D, do we leave the spiders alone? C works really well. 70% chance. How do we get eggs? We got eggs. Alright, we'll hide them. Eggs. Spider eggs. It's what we need to breed our super spiders. And 70% looks like the best roll here. A also leads to a roll, I think, or is A automatic success? I think the adventurers get it. C, though. Sounds good. A farming roll. D catches up a little at the end, but it won't be enough. Local farmers drive their herds into the web-shrouded wood. Hideous squealing and crunching noises ring out across the trees as the spiders devour their prey. Once the arachnids are too full to move, thieves dart into their nests and recover their eggs. Got to change your clothes? It happens. FMX. Hello there, sir. Welcome on in. Good afternoon here. Your farming will go down a little bit from that counts. You had to sacrifice some livestock. Lucy Ender, welcome on in as well. My mouse. Come on, mouse. Go right there. FMX, you are a grandee here for the game. Lucy Ender, it was a 70% success. Imagine that. You are also a grandee for the game. Welcome on in. How are you both doing today? We're getting spiders. The thieves return with a wagon, groaning under the glistening heap of spider eggs. You order them sent to a nearby farm to be hatched and raised as livestock. Hopefully, Eastern farmers are up to the task. Can we get a sneak peek at the other faction dogs? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Suspicious Knights. You remember we hired those Eastern Knights to join the Palace Watch? The Order of the Cobweb Seal or whatever? Something's up. They're flashing far too much cash, considering what we paid them. Oh, the other faction dogs? Pats are winning, though. So that's all I have available for you. One of them has brought to their horse a full set of gold teeth. That's what you mean. They're all my emotes, as all these little dogs are. If you want to see them all, here, hold on, man. Boop. There's the dogs. There are my doggies. That's Indiana. An Indiana for each of them. Come on, mouse. What's wrong with my mouse today? It's terrible. Something's up. One of them bought their horse a full set of gold teeth. They're terrifying. They stole my helmet and threw it in the moat. Said I should swim out and get it in my armor to prove myself. As you see, they're not fitting in. Expression. The count one especially. The count one, you know, is the best one, I think. My buddy Prude helps me with a lot of my emotes. He did these for me. They are doing a great job keeping order in the city. They're asking for their own barracks to keep them separate from the rabble. Oh, how delightful! They sound like a good way to honor our fine order. All right. What do we do? A. Build a new wing of the palace for the Gossamer Knights. B. Refuse to coddle them. C. Investigate where they're getting their funds. Or D. Do we pay Countess Moon Clarinet to teach them about chivalry? Okay, we hired the Order of the Gossamer Shield, like a faction of Count's Knights in the palace. But what do we do now? They're starting to cause some trouble. They were causing trouble in the south, too, before we hired them. What do we do now? They want their own wing of the palace. Will be expensive. Refuse to coddle them. Probably. Investigate where they're getting all their funding from. Or can we pay Moon Clarinet? What do you know about chivalry, Moon? I see you're voting for that. We will go see, though. Investigate where they're getting this funding from. Your spy master makes enquiries. Unfortunately, the palace staff are more afraid of the Gossamer Knights than they are of you. They don't say much. Ouch. Worry deepens into paranoia throughout your household. You can only hope the spy master finds something soon. Alright. So we failed on that roll to figure out where they're getting their funding. Hopefully we can figure it out soon, though. Finding a spouse. In the twisty passage of your castle, sneeze. Coming. You can avoid your advisors, the nobles, even the spy master. But there's one person you can't avoid. Your mother. Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. Thank you. Is it really that urgent, Mother? I got night problems to deal with. Of course, don't worry. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference, men, women? Do you not mind? Mother, I'm not interested in love. My dear, who said anything about love? This is a royal marriage. Just tell me what manner of candidate I should find. You can always say no after you have a look at them. All right, Mom. King Rudy will go for women here. Excellent. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. Right. Our first tax season of the game. 3 ways a monarch may tax the nobles and king of the castle. Cruel taxing you. Raises defiance. Raises the treasury up by 400. Takes 400 wealth away from every noble in that faction. The common tax 100 treasury to wealth, no defiance. The bribe lowers your defiance. Takes 700 treasure away from everybody. Adds 700 wealth to everybody, or from the treasury, adds 700 to everyone in the faction. The counts impose harsh taxes on their serfs. All the counts get the bonus this turn, gaining 500 gold, putting many wealthy purple members at the top. In fact, yes, that is all of our counts atop the leaderboard. Everybody else made 200 gold this turn. And I'm common taxing for the most part. Treasury is a little low at the moment. I might need a cruel tax if it goes under 1,000, say. Though I might not even then. I will confirm this. Let's common everybody. Next week, we'll see what happens, though. There is... Ooh, let's get to Treachery Revealed. Treachery Revealed, and then Thrifty comes in. Hey, they interrupted the pop. How dare they? Thrifty. Hello there, sir. Welcome on in, everybody. Micum, welcome on in. Marley, how are you doing here today? Thank you for the follow. And ahoy hoy to you. Thank you for the sub as well. Mr. Thrifty Tokens. The one and only. How are you doing, sir? Wasn't playing, but I was listening along for a little bit here today on your game. How are you doing today, sir? Thank you for joining us. Give Mr. Thrifty to... what? Did I spell your name? Thrifty. There's an R there. Thrifty Tokens. Ends? Give Thrifty a follow if you don't already. A gentleman and a scholar here. Plays King of the Castle. Was playing earlier today. Had a fun session. I saw you guys... I was paying attention as Marley was explaining, and then you guys were talking with Techno 2 about getting the triple... the no fun allowed. We still need to get that around here as well. But how's everybody today? You didn't manage to get it then, after all that, did you? One lineage was really cursed, and the irony of the guillotine? The no fun stats, I know. But, give Thrifty a follow. They are another King of the Castle streamer if you love King of the Castle. We'll stream occasionally, like 2 or 3 times a week. So if you're looking for more kings, please play with them. No, alas. That's the Holy Grail. That is the Holy Grail. We're discussing an achievement that is very hard to get, everybody. But if you don't know me, I am Casual Hoy. I also play a lot of King of the Castle. Today and all this week, all next week as well, we're doing a little tournament between the factions. The top 3 teams will all compete on my next Praise the Ninth event, where the winningest faction I will do a costume for Halloween. So if you want to see me dressed as anything in particular, join on in today and all next week, and then on my next Praise the Ninth. Guess you're not sleeping tonight. Want to see something funny? What do you mean funny? Like, how am I funny? Ha funny? New players! If you're new to the King of the Castle, I don't know what you were doing in Thrifty's stream. That's what he was streaming. Maybe just enjoy him somehow. But welcome on in. This is King of the Castle, everybody. It is a streamer versus chat game where anybody can play along if you simply type !join. You will join in one of our 3 random teams today. As I was explaining, we are doing a tournament. So if you like one of these teams and want to help them win, join on in today. Maybe you can do it. And, but yeah. How are we doing, everybody? Should read the post in the main King of the Castle Discord channel and share your stories, chat room. Discord wasn't working for me, or a lot of people this morning, I heard. So I couldn't get in Discord. What did you post? What is posted there? We are beginning of the game. We're still the first year, to sort of recap what's happening. We've had giant spiders so far. And we've had the Gossamer Security is our 2 big events that are happening so far in this game. We've all had a problem with Discord, actually. Discord Mobile. Ah, all right. I don't get on Discord on my phone usually. But who joined in? Mike joined on in. How are you doing here today? You are on the counts. Marley, you ended up in the counts. Anyone else? Anyone else join? Need to know where they're at. Who else do I see new? Anyone else new? All right. We'll move on here. If you have any questions about the game, if you are new to the game, welcome on in. Of course, thank you guys for playing with my buddy Thrifty. Hope you enjoy your game here today. Kiteso Kid, welcome on in. Kiteso? You are a grandee here for the game. Thank you for joining us. You may join after food. Joining after food is advisable. We're getting to treachery revealed here. Your daughter survived as monarch. Aw, that's always the best. All right. You recall the latest addition to your palace watch, Your Majesty? Ah, yes, the Order of the Gossamer Shield. They wanted us to build a barracks in the royal palace so they wouldn't clash with the rest of the staff. And they had a little too much cash to splash. They've been passing information about your activities to the Gaunt of Tavolin. The who? Not that your king doesn't know who those are, but I mean, the who? It's the Talvanese spy network. Very mysterious. Not as shadowy as me, obviously. But their tentacles are everywhere. Alex I invented the guillotine. Alex II was in prison but escaped. The third talked about the problem. A baron went on and killed Alex III. So the baron was executed, sent to the Alex. It all weaves together a good story. Alright. The Gaunt have already leaked some of your more embarrassing secrets. They'll keep undermining you, unless you do something. Authority goes down. When you bring this discovery to the council, shocks ripple through the chambers. Moon Clarinet gasps in horror. Please, your highness, this all must be a misunderstanding. No knight of the East would dream of betraying their king so cruelly. And the kill count by the end of Thrifty's stream? I mean, that right there sounds like you had a whole bunch. Alright. The knights that we hired. The honorable Gossamer of the Holy Shield. The whatever shield. Do we execute the treacherous knights? Do we execute them and Countess Moon for causing all of this? Or do we put them in prison? Right? Ouch. Uh-oh. Do we get to hang a noble? We don't have a death counter / bingo card going for noble deaths. But I do always love a nice noble death. What's that 50%? Have I seen this branch of the storyline? I don't know if I have. I'm intrigued. I'm always intrigued. We'll start the vote. We haven't seen this on our stream. Have I seen this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do we do? I think I have seen this. I think I saw A is when I saw this. Can't be sure. Because, of course, the Gossamer Knights, of course, are counts only, and we played mostly Barons, Grandees, Pats around here. Crystal, good morning. How are you doing today? Execute Order 66. Crystal, welcome to the Grandees for the day here. Hope you're well here. Close one. Moon. This may not be good for you. You're a Grandee again. Maybe it's destined now. You have the Knights of the Gossamer Shield beheaded at dawn the following day. along with Countess Moon Clarinet. We fail. What's the fail gonna do? The counts probably won't be happy. That's what the fail's gonna do, right? No, I'm innocent. I swear by the blood of the dead. Funk. The folks of the capital come to watch, but they do so in stony silence. Countess Moon Clarinet's chivalric ideals had led to some popularity amongst ordinary people. The common folk don't like it, stability goes down. Emboldened by the people's lack of support for your actions, the counts start grumbling, wondering openly whether the Talvanese plot was really true. You feel them watching you narrowly whenever you attend the council. Alright, so yeah, that, I guess it would have eased tensions maybe, or not, you know, lit the fire. That is 3 defiance for the counts. Moon Clarinet, then. Moon, I'm sorry, but you have been executed. Do not worry if you're newer to the game. If your character dies, becomes imprisoned, or otherwise incapacitated, Moon Clarinet II will take your place. Should you just rebel? Counts? I can't tell you not to rebel, Moon. We have killed you after all. There is a rogue golem in the Barrens. Apple King. A rogue golem has crossed into our territory over the Ashmean border, my liege. This could be an exciting opportunity. What's a golem? A machine in the shape of a man, usually sculpted from clay or stone. The Ashmedians use them for drudge work and warfare. And what's so exciting about a golem here? You saw this 3 times today. Please, my liege, this is our chance to figure out how this golem magic works. We can even turn it against Ashmead. Yeah, for those who are coming in, there is no honor guard. But beware, just because there's no honor guard, I am protected by the 9th. The High Inquisitor told me themselves. Okay? So don't even think about it. Your Majesty, the Barons would drown their own grandmothers to gain an advantage over Ashmead, or the Counts and Grandees. Golems are an offense to the 9th God, and they're dangerous. We should destroy it before it gets out of control. Alright, a golem. Then, we have to take advantage of this, says the Barons. Cato's Kid, thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying yourself here, then. We play a lot of King of the Castle. What do we do with this golem? A, use it as a source of labor. B, add it to the Marcher army. C, take it apart, figure out its secrets. Or D, destroy it! Gooberfish, welcome in. Rolls. I like this event because of the rolls are only sort of fun. Like, what do we pick? What do we do with it? Goober, welcome on in. What do we do with a golem, Goober? You are a baron yourself. Thank you for joining us. The Counts have giant spiders. The Barons want to have a little something cool, too. And then the Grandees, you can have chickens. Fighting chickens. Add it to the Marcher army. A lot of Barons jumping on that. It's a 60% roll, though. Oh, Ephra, indeed. That's all they need. 1 Saint Umber is equal to a whole army of giant spiders. Just no way spiders are worthy. Praise the 9th. Indeed. Praise the 9th. Saint Umber would smote spiders. D came in at the end. But not enough. Look at all those late Ds. And indeed, late Ds get there. So 8 to 8, a monarch picks the Clyde. Late. Well, not late. A wizard is never late. They vote precisely when they mean to. Do I roll here? Seems to me like they were right on time. Alright. I guess we'll roll. I will roll in chat, that is. To add it to the Marcher army, or we destroy it. Marrow with a roll of his own. Derezio, hello there. I have to toast now that I have the crown on, right? All right.
60% of the time, it works.
Well, we have to hit a 50% to even try the 60%. So, all right. I will D 20. 1 through 10, added to the army. 11 through 20, we will destroy it. And we will destroy it! Cast it into the fire! I don't think this is how you destroy a golem, but... Derezio, how are you doing, sir? Welcome on in. A coin flip to do a slightly better coin flip. Yes, that's what we were attempting. But nay! We destroy it. Golems are an affront to the 9th, everybody. By my honor, that was our only chance to even the playing field between us and Ashmead. You're all fools! The fines goes up 2 for the Barons. The errant golem is smashed to pieces with hammers. Alright, that's all we have to do. No burning, just smashing. Everybody grab a hammer. It's for the best, most likely. Faith will go up for the Barons. Stability goes up for the kingdom. We'll get to eligible options. I found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young woman from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely. You'll be securing a powerful alliance. I am always winning, Michael Sarah. Always. Duh. Got tiger blood. Michael Sarah, you are a grandee. Welcome to the game. Hope you're well here, sir. We are winning because we're about to pick our beautiful, beautiful waifu. A partner for life. My partner for life having to hold, mother, okay? I suppose so, but the alliance comes first. Your mother leads you to the Great Hall, where she's arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Alright, let's meet the eligible bachelorettes. She whisked away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Marcella, the eldest daughter of the Eastern Marley dynasty. She's a good-looking one, eh? Not a bad word is said about her. Everyone likes her. Oh, she is cute. And everyone likes her? Nice, okay. That's pretty good for a consort, right? She's lost half the family fortune in the gambling halls, unfortunately. She got into some trouble with the Inquisition a while ago. Didn't come to anything. Okay. I don't like her. Confirmed liar. First part, very good, then. I mean, gambling away money, getting in trouble with the Inquisition. We're a pretty faithful nation. She is an intriguing candidate, though. From the south, Serafina, eldest daughter of Michael Sarah. Is Michael Sarah? Do you have any kids, Michael Sarah? She's reputed of an ego the size of the sun. Nothing wrong with confidence, though, right? Again, another cutie. We're getting today. Like many in the South, she claims to put her faith in the 9th God above all worldly concerns. She's got grand plans by all accounts. She wants to change the world. You have a dog? That's close enough. It's not bad. You have a typical grandee sort of tradey. But not bad. Not bad. And finally, we have the Marches offering. Helamin, scion of prestigious Gooberfish bloodline. Typical Baroness, really. Loud and brash and self-absorbed, but mostly well-meaning. Apparently she's a hell of a fighter. Brave as a lioness, tough as nails, a terror to behold. It's just about the only thing she's good at, actually. Alright. So she can fight. Sounds like a laugh. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions to gain a lifelong alliance. I've made my decision. Marley! Your candidate is the Count here. Marcella is your child today. Or, where were you? Serafina. Serafina. You were the southern girl. Alright. But I am picking randomly most of my choices, and this is no different. 1 and 2, we pick Marcella. 3 and 4, we pick Serafina. And 5 and 6, in a D6, I pick Helaman. Do I have an honor guard? We do not have an honor guard, everybody. I've been chosen by the 9th god. I did not need an honor guard. Alright, so I didn't need to pick one. No harm shall come to me. Someday, I want to try to marry all the time here. We get a 3. We will marry Serafina of the South. Yesterday was an exception to the not marrying, but we were chosen by the 9th yesterday. Excellent. I'll make the arrangements. Defiance will go down with the grandees. Will go up with the barons and the counts. Jelly Scuds, welcome on in. How are you doing today, Jelly? Thank you for joining us. We have just picked a nice southern belle for a wife, and you are yourself a grandee of the South. How are you doing, Jelly? Hello, hello. We get the iron choice. Not much gold happening this week, unfortunately, everybody. On the verge of rebellion are the counts. In order to rebel in this game, march against your crown. You will put your scheme on hold and just try to overthrow the nation. Your defiance stat must be higher than the authority or stability, whichever is higher. So currently, stability is highest at 6. You need 7, exactly where you're at. For a power nap. Marley, power naps are good. If you're sleeping, that is good. There are some counts voting to rebel then. We have 2 grandees events. Stargazing first. Veracor. This simply can't go on, your majesty. These arch-boffins think that they know everything, but they know nothing of the 9th god's wrath. Please, your majesty, we found a perfect site for an observatory high up in the southern hills, but it's on Grandee Veracor's lands. He refuses to let us build there. Alright, Ranger, thank you then. Duty calls, duty calls. Have a good day here, Ranger. A Ranger's duty is never done. Such things are heresy. The stars are just as big and close as the 9th god intended. Who put you up to this idea, I bet it was one of the counts. Like Micum VL. Alright. They want to build an observatory on Veracor's land, but he does not like it. Do we A, construct the observatory? B, find a different site for the observatory? C, forbid construction of the observatory? Or D, forbid construction and investigate the scholars' funding? We've already had some suspicious funding going on in the game here. Is the Gaunt still on us? I'll start the vote here. What did we do? Yeah. This is intriguing. 70% chance. Authority roll for A. We're not sure what will happen with B. C lowers defiance, raises faith up. Not sure what will happen with D either. The unknown. B and D winning out at the moment. We find a different site? Do we forbid construction? Looks like we forbid. A thorough investigation quickly unearths the truth. The scholar's patron is none other than Count Mike. Hold on a moment. This was never a secret to begin with. All my accounts are public. Veracor is just paranoid of a conspiracy. This observatory could advance our knowledge of the stars by hundreds of years. Is it a crime to fund science now? You bring up a good point. That's a good point. Yes, actually. Off with his head. No, but you've got to stop infringing on the grandee's religious freedom. Or you're right. We should allow the observatory to go ahead after all. Okay. Three very different options, it appears here. Option 3, maidens once. The 70% chance. I'll roll for what I pick here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do like a good beheading. I don't think it's warranted here, though. He is just interested in the stars. Right. Mike, it is a crime to fund the sciences. Actually, yes, as I check my law books, yes, it is a crime. Off with your head. Mike VL's mouth is agape as he's dragged away. Even Grandee Veracor looks shocked. Authority goes up. Count's defiance is now treasonous. Faith will go up all around. Stability will go down. No one dares mention observatories, and a number of paranoid nobles start smashing their telescopes for fear of reprisal. The stars will remain a mystery. For now. I mean, honestly, I don't think he needs to be beheaded for that. Like me, hoy. But alright. Count Mike has been beheaded here. But fear not, fear not. Your son, Mike MVL 02 the second, has joined the council. If you die in this game, you never stop playing. You are always in the game. Merely your child will take your place. Maybe Mike wants vengeance, though. Maybe the whole of the council wants vengeance. There's a powerful storm. Luciender. A terrible storm has struck the south. Alas, many houses have been swept away in floods and roads are totally impassable. Farming goes down too. Trade will go down too. Ouch. Not my fault, Crandies. That's an act of the 9th. Do we A? Spare no expense in rebuilding what was lost. B. Send extra troops on the march to clear the roads. C. The South shall have to fend for itself. Or do we D? Do we ask the church to lead the relief efforts? Veracor, thank you for praising the 9th. No, praise the 9th. A terrible storm. What do we do? How do we help them? Grandees are having storms. By the way, let's praise the 9th. If you die in the game, you do not die in real life, Derezio. Nay, nay. You're not plugged in, everybody. You're safe. I can't mind thought anything here. Scientific progress goes boink, is what I know. Spare no expense. Despite that being his motto, he spared expenses. Alright. We'll dip into the treasury a little bit here. Gold flows from your treasury like water from a burst dam. In no time at all, the south roads have been repaired and its houses rebuilt. And if money could bring back the dead, you'd have done that too. So the treasury goes down, defiance can't get any lower for the grandees. Stability goes up, trade will go back up, and farming back up. Alright. The votes to rebel are getting in. Oh, come on. Come on. Royal wedding, but come on, you want to go to the wedding before you rebel, right? Come on. Mouse. I think it's my pad. I need a new mouse pad, probably. Your wedding to Seraphina is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Seraphina at your side. Do you take this woman as your lawfully wedded wife? How about a bachelor pad? We'll go with the marriage. No, we're not going to leave poor Seraphina at the altar here. We do. I do. Then I pronounce you king and wife. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast. After the feast, a dance. At the feast, your new wife Seraphina delivers a long, rambling speech. It puts everyone to sleep. Stability authority goes up, defiance goes down. By the time you find yourself alone with Seraphina, it's past midnight. You've never felt more tired. What a wonderful occasion that was. A shame that tradition demanded we marry in St. Bertrand's Cathedral. I can assure you temples in the south are much grander. I think you'd better get used to life in the capital here, Seraphina. I suppose I'd better. And, up at the altar, what were you thinking when you saw me? Well, of course, I thought you looked radiant. Seraphina immediately changes the subject to talk about something she's more interested in. I'm just a humble follower of the Ninth God's teachings. Everywhere I look, I'm surrounded by sinners and heathens. Can't wait to laugh at them from the day after. Oh, God. I've married an utter twit. Well, I have never been more offended in my life. Seraphina pulls away from you, retreats to the spare bedchamber, slamming the door. You're left feeling a bit depressed, dreading what married life will bring. I think I have. I mean... Alright. The rebellion might be coming, everybody. But first, we check in with the barons. Amidst dark and foreboding forests, a small, squat castle stands watch over the Marcher border. There, at the end of the kingdom, a plot is hatching. Ha! The kingdom's militaries are in shambles. Those pathetic weaklings couldn't fight their way through a field of rabbits. I've drafted the reform proposals as planned. The council will be more than, happy to follow our lead. Good, but we must ensure they don't get skittish. The kingdom must be stable for our proposal to work. Grand, calm before the storm. For the next stage of the Baron scheme, raise stability to 5 or more in 2 seasons. The Counts. Far in the east, Countess Waper is hosting a dinner party in her castle with a few distinguished guests. Our plans are going better than expected. The spy master thinks that all is well in the kingdom, and while the cat's away, the mice shall play. And when the cat returns, it will find the mouse have poisoned its kibble. The analogy's a bit tortured now, but I like the enthusiasm. Our next step is to replace the palace watch with our own agents. Should be easy enough. If the king can't pay them, the watch will look for money elsewhere. For the next stage of your scheme, Counts, lower the treasury to 1,500 or less in 2 seasons. Legend in the south, grandees. The prophesized 9th Herald has finally manifested on Celeste Off. taking the form of an humble noble known as Zaquil, who hails from a farming town in the southern hills. Or so the grandees claim. Ha-ha! Peasants from all of the south are flocking to you, Zaquil. I knew you could do it. Praise be to the ninth god. Praise be. But this is just the beginning. With him on our side, we will capture the minds of the common folk, lead a holy crusade against the false king. The people still need a push, however. With just the right amount of chaos, the peasants will take up arms and die for you. For the next stage of your scheme, grandees, lower stability to 4 or less in 2 seasons. Alright. Checking in with everybody. On their second stage now. Modernization, barons need stability to be high. Grandees, however, need stability to be low. The counts, scheme-wise, need the treasury to be low. However, Zaquil looks like a main villain. The counts are currently rebelling. So they are to march against the crown. Their scheme is on hold. You can keep it on the back burner. Remember, you need your treasury to be low in case the rebellion fails, counts. But alright. There is a use for spiders. But what's going to happen here? Thrifty, welcome on in. You are on the Barons. Welcome to the game. Is this going to put a stop to the spider event? I don't know. It might. If it does, that's even more reason to rebel if you can't get your spiders here, counts. Let's see. In your next... Alright, so they got them. In the next battle against the counts, the horrified marshal reports that the knights are riding giant spiders as steeds. So the counts, you got your spiders. They're faster than horses, your majesty, with deadly poison and tangling webs. Our soldiers don't know how to fight such a terrifying foe. Okay. So yeah, if you missed it, everybody, earlier in the stream, there have been giant spiders terrorizing the counts. We got some of their eggs and tamed them. And now, nothing could stop them. The counts have giant spider mounts. Instant, I know, and they got a victory point. Not bad. Not bad, counts. Whoa. 3 military makes you the highest military in the land. You gain a victory point. The rebel spider riders inflict a series of devastating defeats on your loyalists. If only you had listened to that stupid arachnologist. This was I know. Wow. That was perfect timing. Boom. Alright, before we even got to a rebellion event, you're gaining victory points in the rebellion. Counts. Ooh, baby. That's why I always want the spider mounts. Alright, well, in order to win a rebellion, if you have not seen a rebellion before, you need to gain 5 rebel victory points. You already have 1. At long last, the counts have reached their boiling point. You are confronted in your throne room by Countess Waper. Her smile is sharp as a scalpel. And yes, the counts are rebelling currently, Marley. Yes, yes. The counts of the east will bring you down, pretender to the throne. We will rise up and fight for Yuli, the true monarch. Authority will go down too. Stability goes down too. This is a formal declaration of war. Well, you're just an envoy here, Waper. The next time we see each other, we'll be on the battlefield. And you did not vote for the rebellion, but you're here all the same. And the monarch has an important decision. Do we roll for it? I guess we will. 50-50 chance. Yeah, if you've been missing why the counts are rebelling, yeah, we have not been treating them very well at all. We will roll it here. A D20, 1 through 10, I sees you. 11 through 20, we let you go. We get a 14. Phew. The gods are merciful this day. Yeah, Moon Clarinet and it was Michael Sarah both died. Moon the second. And yeah, not Michael Sarah, Michael. Spiteri! Mr. Spiteri 19. A pleasure to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you as well today. I got to watch you for a little bit before I had to help the nephews get ready for school here. How are you doing today, though, sir? Welcome on in. Tiali, good evening as well. Welcome on in, ma'am. How are you feeling? I did too. Spiteri Lade! Welcome on in. Good evening to you, sir. Welcome on in, everybody. Mouse, come on. Work. Thank you for the raid. How are you feeling here today, sir? It is a pleasure to have you. Mr. Spiteri, used to stream a lot more. Has been more relaxed in streaming as of lately. It was good to see you though this morning on, sir. Even if I couldn't pay attention too much. But thank you for coming on in. Good to have you. Give Spiteri a follow if you don't already. We'll play a lot of Pokemon games, a lot of Nintendo-based games. Was playing along with one of my friends, Busy. If you're there, Busy, hello to you as well. This morning I saw you're off on holiday. Ooh, all right. Well, thank you for coming on in. If you don't know me, I'm Casual Hoy, American streamer. We are playing a game called King of the Castle that I stream a whole lot of. If you haven't seen King of the Castle before, it's hella lot of fun. A party game that is a streamer versus chat game. And we are, and if you want to join on in, anybody's allowed to join on in at any time. We're in the middle of a rebellion, and apparently in the middle of an advertisement. What's the ad for? Is it Dunkin' Donuts, please? 'Cause that's what I had today, and I'm official. I like to joke I'm officially sponsored by Dunkin' because they provide me with free coffee for a month. Hells yeah. It got me to buy some now, even, too, though. Damn you, Duncan. Real American by Rick Derringer is my theme song. That works, too. Real American. There's the Good Old Country Boy by... Who sings that? Is that Neil Diamond? That's not Neil Diamond, I don't think. Who sings Good Old Country Boy? Is also a very good one for me. Ephra... A new person, Ephra Belbazar. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining us. If you are new here, welcome. This is King of the Castle, a streamer versus chat game. Have a good stream then. Spiteri, of course. Spiteri Australian, so yes, of course. Get some sleep if you need to. Anybody else that was watching him, thank you guys for coming in. Is that John? Oh, it's John Denver then. Hoy is great. I try to be great. You know, sometimes I cause rebellions. What's currently happening in the game is a rebellion. The purple team, the Counts, are marching against me. That is John, yeah, John Denver then. Not Neil Diamond. What kind of ad? Are you getting horrible ads, FMX? What are you getting? My mother, no, I live with my parents. I live with both my parents, my brother, his wife, and 2 nephews, are the humans living in our households here. Simple Man by Skinner's also good for me, I guess. I'll be a simple kind of man. But, Spiteri, have a good night, sir. Thank you for coming in. I will take good care of everybody. I'm a wholesome streamer. I try to be, just like our buddy Spiteri will try to be here. But, only because my mother or the nephews might be watching us. You know, if you want to make dirty jokes, they can't read or say anything. Just keep it friendly, keep it nice. No personal attacks upon anybody. This is a safe space for anybody that wishes. Kind of ad that should not be watched unless you're an incognito. Really? Really? Ouch. Alright, we'll get on. I don't even know what those ads might be, frankly, alright? I really don't. Oh, come on! My mouse is doing terrible today. Get over here. Just click that! Click that! Alright. FIFA game? FIFA! Huzzah! There's a new one out. Alright. What I hit save you, right? We just rolled in the game here, everybody, to determine, and I hit save, right? I'm saving your life? I'm not killing you, right? What I hit? 14. Alright, you are spared. Waper, one day, I will see your head on a pike. A spike or pike, either works. I didn't always get along as well with my family as I do now. You know, I think, people will go through a period of time. I'm older than a lot of you out there. I've been a rebellious person. I haven't always gotten along with authority, my parents, a lot of people. But, I've settled down. You need to learn that your family are all just people. That you need to get along with your family. You need to get along with everybody. So, our family, very close-knit, very much loving. I talk often about my nephews, of course. I love my nephews. And it's rare for Americans, especially. Americans, we want to fly the coop and go be our own people, but, One day I'll see your head on a spike. There will be many heads on spikes before this war is over. Mine will not be among them. Authority will go down for the kingdom. The counts, their defiance can't get any higher. 10 is the maximum. Countess Waper strides from your throne room without looking back. I didn't expect them to move so boldly, Your Majesty. Alright, Marshal, what are our chances against the rebels? Keep in mind, they now have giant spiders. Let me put it this way, Your Majesty. Everyone in the palace who understands the situation has wet themselves. And yes, Crystal, same, Crystal. You remember, your parents are people too, and parents are allowed to make mistakes. You need forgiveness. I preach forgiveness around here. I try to, despite me killing nobles constantly. Be nice. Be nice to everybody. Treat others how you wish to be treated. That is one of my philosophies. I'm nice to everybody in chat, right? If you come in hot, though, I'll come back hot at you. If somebody who's coming this week coming in hot, I need to give sass sometimes, too. How did things get this bad? Alright, to recap, why are the counts so mad at us, Marshal? The leader of the rebellion is Count Ephra Bulbasaur. He's citing your past transgressions as reason for the uprising. Executing the Gossamer Shield. Executing Countess Moon Caralamette and the Gossamer Shield. That sounds like one thought there, Marshal. Why is that like two different things? It does. I guess it does. I mean, yes, there are some families that might not get along, but preach tolerance. I will. Is it too late to apologize, Counts? It is. Now's the time for swords, not words. So this is it? Civil war? That's right, Your Majesty. The kingdom is divided. There will be a lot of death and suffering before all this is over. I can't wait. I'll go dig out the trebuchets. I've lived alone. I didn't like living alone. Could I've gotten a roommate? I probably wouldn't have gotten along with a random roommate. I gotta trust somebody, really. No, it takes me a while to build trust with people often. Alright. So I don't know, a random roommate probably wouldn't have suited me. If I could have had a pet, I would have loved a pet living alone. Ephra, it's been a long time coming. Over 300 years ago, the East was conquered. But before that, We were our own rulers, with a lineage of monarchs stretching back 1,000 years. You're a pretty awesome roommate. I never lived with you, Derezio. Should we have lived together, sir? We didn't live in the house. It's a long time coming, alright. That glory days. Indeed, that's why we must rise up. By placing Yuli on the throne, we will reclaim what we have lost. But first, we must decide on tactics. My fellow counts, I ask you, how shall we strike first? And Slippy, how are you doing today, sir? Whale, come on in. Hope all is well on your side of the planet. It is a patrician's ring here today. For yesterday, it was a patrician's victory. Although they are not playing today. They will play, or do they play Monday, I hope? We can launch a preemptive strike against the Grandees to cripple their military capabilities. What about Sims? Karaoke Flex? Hello there. If we suspect the barons might join our cause, we can call them to war. They'll be more likely to join us if the king's authority is low. Flex. How are you doing? We could also call upon the church to condemn the king. Or finally, we can send an assassin to nip this in the bud. Flex. Sims has been put on hold. I've been obsessed with this game. Hope you're well here. I'll play Sims in October. I'm planning a Halloween-based event. I'll do Halloween Sims every year, alright? Because it's a lot of fun to come up with fun Halloween-themed Sims or something to do. Last year we made Beetlejuice, of course. This year, I'm leaning towards Stranger Things sort of Sims, maybe this year. So if you like Stranger Things, stay tuned. And alright, this is a counts-only vote that I didn't explain. What do you wish to do here counts in the thing. The assassin isn't a bad choice. Not Beetlejuice 2 themed, nay. I don't know if that movie's going to exist. Alright, they've been making Beetlejuice 2 for like a decade. Alright, I don't think it's going to happen, really. Yes, they hired people. Yeah, they always hire people, right? Attached on board. Tell me when they're actually filming, alright? There's not a script. There's no script, there's no movie. D, it looks like we'll do. Send an assassin after the king. Thank you for meeting with me on such short notice. 60%? Is that what it's gonna be? The sum you offered piqued my interest. You understand why the sum is so high, though. So high, 750 gold is the best price for an assassin in the game. Yes, you want me to assassinate the king. It's no trouble. I'm a child of the Viper. If you have the gold and want a man dead, he is dead. Get it done. Alright. The counts have hired an assassin to come after the king. We will get to our next auction of the game first, though. Exclamation point fund, space your choice, space how much you wish to bid for an auction. We see richest nobles, the counts, even though you are rebelling, you are allowed to fund in the auction. The counts are the richest currently. There's a few of them with 1,400 gold there. Everybody's money matters in an auction. What do we build? A, the library raises stability up for the kingdom. B, the theater will lower authority for the kingdom. C, the cathedral will raise faith up for the counts. D, the deer park will lower farming for the counts. E, the grand bazaar will raise up trade for the grandees. F, the prison will lower stability for the kingdom. And even that, Derezio, indeed, yeah, there's a whole movies they'll shelve. Until I see it, I don't see it. What do we build here today, then? Of course, the grandees and barons can still win the game during Rebellion and still should pay attention to their scheme. Barons want high stability. A helps barons. Grandees want low stability. F will help the grandees. Very surprisingly, we have no military swings for an auction. That's lame during a rebellion. Come on. I mean, that's the most interesting thing, I guess, is A and F. 60 seconds, only top 2 things will get funded. Counts? Counts don't have much at stake here, maybe. They can raise their own faith with C, but counts don't usually want high faith. They can lower their own farming. Count schemes can depend on what their farming wants. Sometimes they want low farming, sometimes they want high farming. So I can't recommend much for the counts at all here. Maybe counts want lower kingdom stats overall, so they might want B or F. A and F currently are winning. A raises stability, F will lower stability. I mean, those are the interesting ones. Blurry cam. I don't know why my cam's been so blurry today. I do notice it. What can I try to fix it? There is 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds, still F and A. 1100, 1950, looks like you're playing nice. Nobody trying to sneak in something to something to block. All right. With the stream, I think, I don't know, people are saying Twitch isn't doing good today. I know Discord is down on PC. Just the whole internet. Nothing happens. Seemingly nothing happens. Currently rebelling are still the counts. Counts always with a victory point, 2 for the rebellion. We will, about my heir. Your marriage to Seraphina is not what you'd hoped. She seldom sleeps in your bed, and over breakfast, you exchange only a few frosty words before she departs for the chapel. The last thing on your mind is procuring an heir, but the needs of the kingdom must prevail. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. Went about as well as expected, Mother. You're still in power, aren't you? Still got the crown upon your head? It's right here. That's what matters. You've done well so far, but something's still missing an heir. However, securing an heir is impossible while the kingdom is at war with itself. Defeat this rebellion, then and only then is it worth looking to the future. I will talk to you again when the realm is at peace. Alright. So no heir. You can't have an heir. We will go to a great battle. Vast armies darken the landscape like shadows of clouds. Flags are flying, drums are pounding in rhythm with the marching of boots. The kingdom is gripped with civil war. At least that's what you'd imagine. Most of your time is spent in the safety of your palace, poring over a giant map with your marshal. Your Majesty, the army of the East is advancing on the capital, led by the treacherous cur, Count Ephra. I've received word from the commander of our loyalist forces in the south. If they march now, they'll intercept the counts in a matter of days. Alternatively, they could join forces with the army of the march. It's risky. Together, they'd have a higher chance of defeating the accursed counts. What are your orders, Your Majesty? The grandees and barons to join forces. Do I tell the grandees that they have to fight the Eastern Army head on? A quick roll here. Determine what I do, what I tell you to do. There might be one incoming. There is one incoming. The next event combo. I get a 13. All right. I will tell the grandees. Trust in the ninth, my brother grandees. You will prevail. Very well, Your Majesty. I'll relay your order to Grandee Crystal, commander in the field. Hopefully they do as they're told. God knows treachery can thrive on a battlefield. We have our orders, but should we follow them? Grandees, do you A, follow orders, send the Southern Army to fight the rebels? B, defy orders, link up with the barons. You are commander in the field, Crystal. Do you see, grandees, hang back. Let the rebels march in the capital without challenge. I figured to vote A. I mean, you don't have to. Nobody hanging back. All right, grandees, you're loyal here. But it does look like you want to just link up. That's fine. The whole city holds its breath. You stew in your palace waiting for the marshal's return. Mix up A and B. Finally, she bursts into the throne room. She looks more furious than you've ever seen her. Your Majesty, the cowardly grandees defied orders, turned their army around to link up with the barons. Probably a fate of facing a real fight on their own. We can only hope that was the right decision. Have some confidence, Your Majesty. Too late for doubt now. It'll all come down to the next battle. The fate of the kingdom hangs in the balance. We will prevail. I wasn't trying to get you killed. That's the spirit. Now I must be going. I have a lot to take care of. Over the next few weeks, it becomes clear the Southern Army's retreat has given the Counts free rein to pillage and plunder the South. The rampaging Eastern troops descend on farms like locusts, taking everything to feed thousands of hungry soldiers. Farming goes down too for the grandees. Meanwhile, shops, churches, and manors are plundered. The stolen loot is shipped back to the east. The spiders, don't forget the spiders are here. Grandees lose personal wealth and trade. The counts will gain trade and personal wealth. How much was it? It's a lot, too. Ouch. Grandees. Whew. But while the South suffers, these Southern forces successfully link up with the barons. Now the joint army, the grandees and barons, rush to meet the counts in open warfare. The winner will either end your reign or preserve it. But first, something's wrong. It's an evening like any other. You're sitting for dinner. Your servants heaping your table with dishes fit for a king. Goose tongue pie, roasted boar, jellied pigeon. As usual, your wife is at the very opposite end of the grand table, as far away from you as possible. You have to shout to talk, but there's no conversation anyway. And of course, your wine glass is never empty. Prepare to take a swig. Usually, no, your food tasters test your wine for poisons. But today they're off sick. Probably nothing to worry about. More wine for the king.
60% of the time, it works every time.
I will drink the wine. Something tastes slightly off about the wine. It burns on the way down. Not in a fun way like whiskey. You open your mouth to call for a servant to take it away. And choke on your words. Your body feels like it's on fire. You look down at your arm. You're surprised to see it's turning a startling shade of purple. It's no use. You can't get the words out. Now your whole body is swelling up like a pufferfish. Ad? It's the climax of the story and an ad? That's when an ad does come, though, alright? That's when you need your advertisements. You know, commercial break. We'll return right after this with the final. Damn refreshing. We'll pause for a second. It's exciting. I might survive this, alright? You guys don't know. Don't pretend like it's good game already. I'm just turning a little purple. And swelling. And I can't talk. I'll be fine, alright? I'll take some Robitussin. I'll be good in the morning. You are dying. Alright, maybe. You'll never know whether the rebels won their civil war. Though they'll probably get everything they wanted, thanks to your untimely death. Alright. All you know is this. It's a horrible job being king. Wouldn't wish it on your worst enemy. Well, maybe your worst enemy. Yulie of the Counts, for example. They'll find out soon enough. You keep swelling. And swelling. The dinner guests are screaming, fleeing in all directions. There's a terrible pressure on your bones. My only regret is having bonitis. At this rate, it'll be a relief when you finally... You explode, showering the assembled dinner guests in a hideous purple liquid. One by one, they also begin to turn purple and expand. Oh well. At least you went out with a bang. GG to everybody. This is, I mean, we'll keep it light, but that sounds very gruesome, doesn't it? Anybody, if you survive that, you can learn, like, anybody you touch, anybody the purple stuff touches, it's just exploding. The cleanup after this must be terrible. GG's to everybody, but especially to the Counts. Counts might have won that rebellion anyway, with that early victory point, plus their high military. GG's. During a rebellion, King Rudy was assassinated by the treacherous Counts. As a reward for staying loyal to the king, the top barons were beheaded. In public, the survivors swore loyalty to the new regime. In private, they swore vengeance. After losing the civil war, the grandees retreated to within their borders, immediately began plotting against the usurper. The Counts launched a rebellion that toppled the king and devastated the kingdom. In the aftermath, nobody could stop them from taking the throne. Yulie was crowned to half-hearted cheers from traumatized common folk. I know, the spiders were just marching through the streets, I imagine, after the rebellion. Ugh. Alright, GG Counts. It is less points overall for a rebellion win, the quicker victory for a rebellion win, you know. I try to encourage schemes when playing like this, but it's still very good, still better than not winning, of course. King Rudy the Usurped, 1 year, 6 months. And then everybody else, only on their second stage of their scheme, will only get 2 points. More Bramoon will be our wealthiest noble, Ranged, our poorest. Maidenless, thank you so much. A very GG to everyone. Stats will carry over. We're playing one more game, and allow me to go use the restroom real quick. Stretch my legs for a second. We'll get right into the new game. Counts did very well then at the end to win, to loot the grandees in the rebellion. We'll get to our next one. Post haste here. If you haven't seen, if you're new to King of the Castle, as you continue, you can either continue your game or start a new one. We are continuing this dynasty. The Rudy Tuesday line has been cut. Monarch Yulie will be the new monarch. But join back in then. Thank you guys. Give me a second. Well, a short one hopefully here. As I will be right back. Do I know how to... I don't know how to run ads too well. I should run ads while I'm gone here. Let's do it. Do it. Not a moment. Where's ads? Can I even run an ad? Where's ad? Marley. I was like, who did it? Marley, thank you. Lucky or unlucky to die in exploding poison? That was lucky. I was lucky there. Where is ads? I have no idea. I can't run an ad yet. I recently ran an ad. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Then I'll be right back then. Give me a moment here. Join back in. Second game will start in a few minutes. I should film Durezio. I want to. You know me, and I love. You know me, and our love, like you love it too, like advertisements. Do we film our Aquafina commercial? And Twitch wouldn't let that. They won't let you play like your own ads. I'd have to do my own thing. The parody ads, and I mean, that's something I thought of. I've thought of like parody ads having to deal with King of the Castle. Would be fun. But I don't know. YouTube is stalling out right now doing pro YouTube work. Have you always been a VIP? You've been a VIP for a few months, Marley. Yeah. Hello there. Hello there, everybody. Starting this next game, then. I know. What a scam. I know. Templar, welcome on in. How are you doing today? Starting a second game. We just had one game. The Counts won by sending on in an assassin to kill the monarch. It probably would have been a very successful game anyway, I think. Rebellion, that is. Templar, you are a baron. Anybody else new joining on in? Everybody can play. Yes, I could. I'm not part of the WGA. I'm part of SAG. But not the WGA. And even then, I'd cross the picket line. I support strikers most of the time. Yet the writers want a whole lot to me. I would gladly write for your show for a penance. Scab, to me, it's not about the money. If you write to make money, you know, I judge you a little bit. And some of those people just want money. So, I'm not a money guy. Alright. We'll begin our second game here, then. The Counts won the first game. They're probably in a pretty good position, too, here as well, after looting the Grandees during the rebellion. But I scab, yeah. If somebody contacts me right now and says, hey, write for us for $5,000 a week, I'd do it. Easy. Easy. I'd do it for $100 a week. Money can be exchanged for food and housing. That's true, and you know, money is good. Same time. Let's go path to victory first. Your Majesty, the history books do not look kindly upon usurpers. Unless, of course, they prove themselves worthy of the throne that they have stolen. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? Alright. We will roll to determine what we pick here. I think most people are overpaid. That's what I think. People think they're worth so much money, and to refuse to work, it's just beyond me. Watching in multi-Twitch is weird. A 4 is what we get. I think people overestimate the value of money, is what it is. Chiefs, you cannot join the Chiefs. There are no Chiefs here. We have rolled a 4, though. And I will be the parent of a nation for this reign. But, some people's definition of what they want and what they need are very different. Some people think they need Starbucks every morning, and they don't. And then that just is a continuing sort of storyline. Not to get into people. But yes, people confuse wants and needs nowadays. A bachelor pad you could afford for not much. Bachelor pads don't require anything. Parent of the nation. Interesting. Are you concerned for the welfare of the commoners? Or are you just hoping for a favorable passages in history books? I suggest over the next few years, you focus on improving the kingdom's overall farming as much as possible. Emotional support coffee? No, nobody needs that. Alright? If you feel you need it, it's because you're addicted to caffeine, and that's not a good thing. Everyone should be paid more, except CEOs. I suggest over the next few years. But if everybody is paid more, everything will cost more. And then everybody will have to pay more, and then everyone will cost more, and that's how inflation will work. And that's why over the past 2 years, everything costs 50% more. It's terrible. There are people... I'm making you want an espresso. It's coffee day. That's why we're talking coffee. I'm getting all political. We're trying not to, I guess, but... Once you have an heir, I'll return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. It's fine. As long as we keep it friendly. We are going to council introductions next. Events have proceeded exactly according to plan. The throne is ours. Was that exactly according to plan, Counts? Now, just to remember our agreement. In all matters of state, you shall favor the East. What if I governed for the good of the whole kingdom, Waper? Please, put those delusions of benevolence out of your head. It's embarrassing. We put that crown on your head. Don't make us take it away. Now introduce yourself to the rest of the council. But don't forget what I told you today. Alright, Waper. I get you. Grandees, FMX. May the ninth god bless your reign, your holiness. I trust you will conduct yourself with honor and faith. Barons of the March. Hail and well met, your majesty. Under your leadership, we'll whip this kingdom into shape. Roswell. Glad you're not hiding that beautiful hair, but what happened to the eye? What happened to your eye, Roswell? The council immediately fills with raised voices. Meanwhile, what do you think? Will they be a good little monarch and do as they're told? Too early to tell, but I have a bad feeling. We should have a backup plan, just in case. Pigeon shooting. Darn pigeons. Coordination. Your Majesty, You may have won the throne from King Rudy, but you must still answer to the council. As is tradition, they will decide what happens at your coronation. What? But it's my coronation! This isn't an absolute monarchy, Your Majesty. Everything has been run past a council vote, even this. Shall we call the nobles in? Alright. Our first vote of the game. Truly, the streamer doesn't even play this game. You guys, the viewers, the nobles, get to play this game. We are doing very well, Dakota. How are you doing here? Good morning here, sire. You're in time for a coronation. And you have ended up on the Count team here, Dakota. Welcome on in. Counts are defending champions. They already won by assassinating the king earlier. What do we do? A, do we require that everyone wear black and listen to dreary Eastern music? B, do we force the commoners to swear a blood oath? Do we C, throw the monarch into the river? Or D, the troops shall bear the monarch through the streets atop a shield. All right. What do we do? Coronation time! What do we do for our coronation? You're doing good. What were you working? I couldn't watch yesterday, but I got your go live. What art were you doing, Dakota? Hope it went well. We're playing. We already finished one game. We had a quick first game for our second game today. Blood oath, blood oath, blood oath. I usually like the blood oath too. Just something about blood. It appears D. Ooh, Halloween art. The lure of D too much. Face plants are pretty good though, indeed. Airhawk, welcome back. Soldiers from across the kingdom take part in the parade. They're even outfitted in impressive new equipment for the occasion. I think it's, the face plant's good, but I think people like the military, the new equipment here. Airhawk, welcome back. You were on the counts, yes, counts. As you climb up onto the shield and hold your sword aloft, you realize this is not going to be easy. Your arm quickly starts to hurt. You soldiers stagger and groan under your weight. Sure enough, one of your shield bearers trips on a loose cobblestone, drops you face first in a puddle, in full view of half the city. At least you're the only thing hurt is your pride. Oh, my pride! That's all I have. Jacob of the Mastodon bloodline, sinister martyr equestrian, stands before a blazing hearth, yelling at full volume. So a horse breeder, equestrian. Trust a count trip. When have the barons of the march backed down from a fight? Never! I know you'll do what it takes to put me, your rightful king, on the throne. The bald baron. How do you do it? A, through intimidation. B, in uprising. Or C, modernization. A will involve raising stability up. B involves raising the treasury. C will involve lowering others' military. Treasury at 1,500 currently. I think you'll have to get it to 2,000 then for uprising. In uprising, the peasants. You'll send them after me if you haven't seen uprising. The barons plan to incite a pleasant uprising to overthrow the monarch, before swooping in to steal the throne for themselves, of course. To advance their scheme, raise the treasury to 2,000 or more, in 2 seasons. Counts. Marcella of the Morgramoon dynasty, a sinister eastern bird breeder. So we had an equestrian, now a bird breeder, leans delicately on a podium, sighing. Most excellent. Yuli now sits the throne. The counts are in charge, as they should be. But the other regions will already be scheming to depose them. Do we stay loyal to the new monarch, or cut our losses and put me on the throne? All right. Counts, you heard him there then. You A, remain loyalist. B, perform a blood ritual. Or C, attempt ascension. Ephra wants to remain loyal. Part of your grand plan, right, Ephra? Morgramoon joining you. Dakota, alright. Loyalists. Airhawk wants ascension. I don't mind ascension either. Lowering your own faith, though. Yeah, we got pretty faithful last game, Counts. That would be hard. Loyalist. That settles it then. Long live the monarch! May they bring glory and honor to the east. But we can always change our minds. If Yuli ever gets out of line, we'll take up arms, get rid of them the old-fashioned way. Even if it's not our usual fare. Loyalist feels fun. I don't know. A lot of people love the Loyalist scheme, Airhawk. The Count's goal is to aid the Monarch by countering the other region's schemes as much as they can. They will win the game if the Monarch produces an heir and completes their mission. However, if Defiance gets too high, they can still change their minds and rise up in rebellion. And Loyalist is probably harder in games where I'm playing like this, where I'm not really trying to win. So, you know, I'm not helping. It would be like me and the Counts, but... Santana of the Combo Lurker lineage. Santana back. Powerful Southern orator. Stands bathed in sunshine, ranting in a fury. A false pretender occupies the throne while my claim is ignored. Grandees of the South, this is a stain on our honor. We must not allow it to go unanswered. Grandees, how do you attempt to win? Through A, sorcery, B, subterfuge, or C, a doppelganger. A will involve raising authority for the kingdom. B, lowering stability down. C, lowering your own defiance. Don't eat me! Sauteed or barbecued. Eat me. Fried up or in stew. Athmorel, maybe. What do we do here, Grandees? Wolf, welcome on in. We're in our second game already of the day here, Wolf. The Rebellion sent an assassin after me that, you know, unfortunately killed me first game. We will go subterfuge, it appears. Lowering stability, Grandees. The Grandees plan to replace the Monarch's advisors with their own agents. First, they must prove that they're doing a bad job. To advance their scheme, Grandees must lower stability to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Alright. The Barons attempting an uprising, they need the kingdom's treasury to be 2,000 or more in 2 seasons. Grandees are attempting subterfuge. They need to lower the stability to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Counts are loyalists. They win the game if the Monarch, should win the game. My goal, initially for the game, is farming. Farming at 15 total across the nation. We'll go to my first law I can adopt. We'll go with the Iron Choice. In case it gets too low, I will use Iron Choice or Unity. We have an invitation from my dear Counts. Without a word, Countess Waper hands you a blood-red envelope. It is sealed with white wax in the shape of a skull. Inside is a beautifully written invitation to an event called the Crimson Vigil, due to take place on an autumn night later in the year. I say, what is all this about? I can say no more. You must choose whether to accept our invitation or to decline it. Mysterious party being thrown by the counts? How can I say no? I suppose I shall attend this event, whatever it is. I will see you at the next vigil, your majesty. Alright. Horrors in the meantime, horrors in the east. Ugh. Your grace, says Morgramoon, a monster has been stalking my farms at night, smashing down the doors of cottages, feasting on the peasants inside. How many victims, Morgramoon? Dozens, your grace. Only a few have survived the attacks. The survivors tell a garbled story about gleaming fangs amid a mountain of blood-soaked fur. Ooh. Alright, do we A, send in the Count's army to deal with this abomination? Do we B, offer a substantial bounty on the monster? Or C, this is no concern of ours? Alright, monsters in the east. What else is new? What do we do? Not a bad chance on the army. 75%. A bounty. I could offer for B. Got a wing B. Or is this no concern? Monsters in the east? Why should we? There's always monsters in the east. No concern of ours. And it looks like, there are always monsters. There's always going to be monsters in the east. We can't just stop everything we're doing every time there's a monster. The monster continues to menace the east, growing more bold every day. You hear reports that it no longer confines its attacks to nighttime. Soon, peasants are too afraid to tend the crops, which lie rotting in the fields. Farming will go down for the counts. Stability will go down for the kingdom. The Honor Guard. One day, you're walking through the palace gardens when you're confronted by an unusual sight. One of your palace watch is standing guard, but instead of a pike, he's holding a mop. Unacceptable! Sorry, Your Majesty. Last week, a grubby little urchin kicked me in the shin and stole me a proper pike. I grabbed the first replacement I could find. Get a new pike right now. I tried, but the quartermaster was too drunk. I can only apologize, Your Majesty. The Palace Watch have been more incompetent than usual recently. It's obvious you need a proper honor guard to protect you. But first, how can we improve the watch? Alright. Do we A, spend a fortune on fancy new equipment? B, invite Eastern soldiers to provide training? C, enforce harsher discipline? Or D, there's no need to do anything. Alright. Palace Watch, bunch of bums. How do we fix it? We start considering the mop. In, what is it, Chrono Trigger? A mop is one of the ultimate weapons in the game. But it's one of those ultimate weapons that does like 1 damage or like a 9,999. We definitely have to do something. OMG, OMG! Gamers what? You like Chrono Trigger gamers? Are you not in, or are you not in the game? Is it not voting for you? You are Grandee. I see you here. If it's not working. Looks like we're going to spend a fortune on fancy new equipment. More for this equipment than it costs to hire an assassin for the king. Alright, that's how big we're going. Soon your watcher outfitted in gleaming new armor, wielding a pike in each hand to fend off urchins. We gotta fend off urchins. They're not actually more competent, but they look impressive. So money goes down for the treasury, authority will go up. If one thing's clear from this mess, you need an honor guard who can actually keep you safe. Not like these kittens. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guard loyalties will be divided between you and their region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They be loyal to coin above all. The monarch knows better than anyone that our knights will keep them safe from danger and from improper grammar. The dangers of improper grammar are many. Let's learn about everybody first here. The knights. The Order of the Drowned Rose are highly respectable. They'll understand palace etiquette. It's been years since they fought an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. I can't even afford the mercenaries at the moment. Tell me about the battle nuns. They are terrifying warriors. They've sworn a vow of silence, so at least they won't spill state secrets. Their faith and loyalties to the church above all, even your own safety. The veterans of the march. These soldiers have fought more battles than they've had hot dinners. They'd be uncouth, no doubt, won't adapt well to life in the palace, but they're loyal, tough as nails. The foreign mercenaries. They're a band of fearsome fighters from the Tatterlands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly, and hiring foreigners will betray a lack of confidence in our kingdom's fighters. I've made my decision. I wait your verdict with bated breath, Your Majesty. Alright, first game. Supposedly, we were going to be protected by the 9th, but that didn't happen. So we definitely need one this game. I'll roll to decide. 1-2 for the knights, 3-4 for the nuns, 5-6 for the veterans. Hoy. King Hoy. Tip. We have 3. The Southern Battle Nuns. That's what we wanted, right? Hells yeah. Blood and Stars, Your Highness. How could you choose them? Because they're awesome nuns that kick butt, Marley. Come on. I will make the arrangements at once. The battle nuns arrive in the palace a few weeks later. They nod to you silently. Their solemn steel masks betray nothing before filing into formation behind your throne. Right. All right. Nice. They are incredible, the nuns. Our first auction of the game. Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid for auctions here. Richest nobles list, picture on the right. The counts plundered the grandees in the last game. They gained a lot of money to end it. And as we look then, grandees, we hope you can get you some cash, but it doesn't look like you're going to do too well in this first auction at the very least. Group fund, you can get... Group funding, you can gather up 800 gold grandees. Maybe that'll do it. A, the Deer Park lowers farming down for the barons. B, the Grand Bazaar raises trade up for the barons. C, the Cathedral raises faith for the counts. D, the library raises stability for the kingdom. E, the prison will lower stability for the kingdom. F, the stadium will lower military for the grandees. Barons are focused on treasury, though they need to be thinking ahead of what they might want. A, somebody's saying to lower your own farming. Maybe. B, would raise your own trade. Counts as loyalists. I want farming. So A is bad. A is literally the only bad thing then. There's no increase in farming. Counts maybe F if you want to lower Grandee's military. The Grandees themselves, stability is what they're focusing on. D is anti-Grandee. E would be pro-Grandee then to keep it low. G, what do I fund? Hard to say. 60 seconds is how much time for an auction. Only the top 2 buildings that get created. F will get some immediately. 9,999? Mastodon, you're mad. Mad, I tells ya. A and B currently winning now. A lowers farming for the barons. B raises trade up for the barons. We'll take out some food useless here. Food is good. Bring me back a sub. I'm feeling a nice long sandwich. Lots on it. All the meats. Maybe a little mayo. Not dry. 15 seconds left. It's A and D currently. Now A and F, 10 seconds left. F is lowering military for the Grandees. A is lowering farming for the Barons. It's still A and F, 1,200 to 1,000. Now D and A, 1,200 to 1,300. There's 1,000 sitting in a couple of them. Imagine having money. Nope. Can't even imagine it. It will be D and A. D raises stability for the kingdom. Morgramoon, biggest contributor to that. A will raise lower farming down for the Barons. So that, unfortunately then Grandees, that made stability very high there. Very high? 5 isn't very high. We'll go Vigil. Vigil last here. Let's go, first we'll go finding a spouse, since it's nothing here. Your Majesty, it's important you find a spouse sooner rather than later. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Men, women, or do you not mind? Chancellor, bring me anything. I'll thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send out messages to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer you. It's an easy enough decision. You'll marry into the council as we agreed before you took the throne, right? Right? As long as it's a cute little goth girl, alright? Bankruptcy looms. The treasury is almost empty, Your Highness. Where the hell did it all go? I couldn't possibly say, Your Majesty. Perhaps you've been spending a little too freely. Use multi-touch that I actually get ads. Actually ads? Apart from raising taxes, we have precious few options. All right. So if when the treasury is under 1,000 gold, you can get this bankruptcy event to do something to deal with it. We could get a bank loan or sell off the crown jewels. Perhaps crack open some of our predecessors' tombs. Most were buried with piles of gold. So I heard. All right. 4 options then. Will we do A? I own the royal mint, don't I? Make more coins. Take a hefty loan out from Salvin Gold Bank. Sell off some of my royal jewelry to wealthier nobles. Or is it time to crack open some tombs? We will roll to determine what I do here. 1 through 5, mint. 6 through 10, loan. 11 through 15, sell off jewelry. Or 16 through 20, we tome it. Making more money, easy peasy. That's 10,000 gold. There's no side effects, as you can see. Absolutely nothing bad possibly could happen from that. But we'll see if we get it. We'll see. We'll see if we get it. We'll see if we get it. Nothing wrong. I own the royal mint, don't I? Just give me some more money. All right. The royal mint begins churning out new coins. allowing you to pay off several old debts. Easy peasy. GG, hoy. Best decision of a monarch's reign. Oh, it's fine. What do you mean, fine? I mean, why even question it? This does not work out well, if you haven't seen it. But it will take a few seasons for it not to work out well. In the meantime, I have the Crimson Vigil to get to. The Crimson Vigil takes place in a bleak castle atop an eastern hill. Your journey takes weeks. Your baggage train keeps getting stuck in bogs. Guests at the Crimson Vigil compete on who can dress in the most ghoulish and frightening costume. What did you dress as? A preference? Anybody have a preference? Otherwise, I'll roll. If you want me to dress as anything here, anybody. What do we want? A demon with horns, cloven hooves, and red skin. A dragon with gem-studded wings, a golden tail. A ghost in tattered clothing, draped with clanking chains, or my normal clothing. Haven't seen them. What do I say? Yourself, a ghost, dragon. Anybody see? Well, I don't want to roll. If anybody wants to see anything, I'll... Most expensive one. Dress as me. Meta. Monarch Yuli dresses as casual hoy. We'll go... Sure, we'll go dragon. A few people want that. The wings get stuck in castle doorways. You keep tripping over the tail. But the counts are in awe at such a display of ostentatious wealth. Kotori, welcome on in. How are you doing today? You are not a grandee. The game has already begun. You cannot pick who you are. Sometimes it feels like it helps you. But you are a baron for the game. Thank you for joining us. We were attending the Crimson Vigil. I almost didn't recognize you, Kotori. What are you dressed as? As you're assessing your appearance, Countess Waper sweeps in, dressed as a living corpse. You're the March, yes. Welcome, welcome. Your costume is extraordinary, Your Highness. Truly, it puts us all to shame. Of course, as an Easterner yourself, you already know the dungeon is out of bounds. Yeah, of course I knew that. In the ballroom, you found the counts gathered, all dressed up as frightful monsters. Wolfmen, pumpkinheads, witches. A waiter glides past holding a tray of canapes. A pianist plays a mournful tune. The Crimson Vigil begins at midnight. What role will you take? A mourner? Or are you willing to betray a hound of the betrayer? Alright. I can't even play the other one here. Alright. Mourner or hound? What do we portray here? Anyone want a pick? What do we do? What do we do? Mourn or hound? We cannot play a king in exile. D6. Given like a trip of her tail, no running. Goober. Roll for them. Do we roll? We will roll. No one wants to see anything. D20. 3. I will play a mourner. Very good. Hopefully the monarch in exile escapes unharmed tonight. The counts gather. Countess Waper delivers a short speech about remembering the old ways. A flaming crown is placed upon her head. I will be playing the monarch in exile this evening. The hounds of the betrayer will try to catch me, but fear not. I am swift as a falling star, old as the hills. Alright, stand among the other mourners. Waper runs down the corridor, flames licking behind her, pursued by a dozen counts in monstrous costumes. Down in the dungeons, you know, a sacrifice is being prepared. You know. We will wait. Half an hour later, Waper's dragged down. His back, her crown still smoldering. One by one, the other mourners drop to their knees in a posture of worship. Bow before the captured monarch in exile. You drop to your knees. The counts smirk at the fact that their monarch has knelt. The ceremony concludes with a mock execution. A bottle of red wine is spilled over Waper's head. Authority goes down. Defiance can't get any lower. The monarch in exile's capture is a bad omen for the East, of course. But you cannot resent the hounds. They are duty-bound to try their best. After that, the music is more cheerful. The counts dance and chat long into the night. At dawn, you board your carriage, begin the long journey back to the capital. All right. We did that one last because if you haven't seen, something bad can happen during that event. Don't go in the dungeons. Discontent on the rise. Across the kingdom, discontent with the monarch is rising. Everyone knew that you were better off, but until now, hadn't occurred to most people just how much better off. Now the peasants are asking all sorts of troublesome questions about their benevolent overlord. And as everyone knows, once a question has been asked, it cannot be unasked. Somewhere in the march, a group of barons are touring Baron Templar's impressive trophy room. Once the tour is over, a bottle of brandy is uncorked. The barons settle down for some light treason as a treat. The commoners are getting rowdy. It's all thanks to us. Now that they know how much wealth the monarch's hiding, they're itching to get rid of him. I was even able to get away with levying an extra tax this year. And even that I blamed on the monarch. Isn't it lovely, having a scapegoat? Barons made a little bit of money then. 300 gold it is? Ah, yeah, now it's time to incite some real chaos. Show them that Monarch Yuli is not only greedy, they're utterly incompetent, too. The next stage of your scheme, Barons. Lower stability to 4 or less in 4 seasons. Alright, so Barons, your goal, allying currently with the Grandees. We enter another tax season. 3 ways a monarch may tax you, the nobles, and king of the castle. Cruel taxing you raises defiance. Raises the treasury up by 400. Takes 400 wealth from every noble in that faction. The common tax will add 100 treasury. Or, the common tax, no defiance swing, add 100 treasury, takes away 100 wealth. Bribing you will lower defiance. Lower the treasury down by 700. Add 700 wealth to every noble in the faction. The barons got the bonus this season. They entered a partnership with a local mercenary guild. Every baron gained 500 gold. Other nobles only gained 200. That probably doubled the Grandees' wealth overall. Common tax is fine. We stick with common. No bribing. I can afford to bribe. Maybe I should have rolled there, but we'll go. There is the true monster in the East. Remember when I came to you with word of a monster preying upon peasants in the East? Moon, you'll have to remind me. I've drunk a lot of wine since then. A hideous monster is slaying peasants throughout the land, Your Highness. I have reason to believe the culprit may be one of my fellow counts. Count Airhawk, to be precise. The peasants believe that Airhawk transforms into a colossal, bloodthirsty beast once every 7 nights. I mean, that sounds unlikely. I agree, but Count Airhawk has been noticeably absent from social engagements on the night the beast has been seen. Alright, that's circumstantial evidence at best. What should I do? Pray, do not call a public vote on the matter. It would embarrass Airhawk greatly, for no good reason. We gotta muzzle him. No, this matter should be put to a vote. I'll send a team of inquisitors to investigate these claims. Absolutely not. I shall arrest Airhawk at once. I'll send a message to Count Airhawk asking him to control himself. No roll. I don't think a roll. I think I'll put it to a vote here, even though this could be a roll, but no, I'll let you guys vote. What do we do? The council, of course, is shocked by the revelations that Count Airhawk is responsible for horrors in the East. Infamy, libel, I am innocent. Okay. Vote, 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 vote. What do we do? A, send a team of inquisitors to investigate the claims. B, arrest Count Airhawk at once. Or do we C, order Count Airhawk to keep control of his condition? Just settle down, all right? A muzzle, just, you know, maybe a shock collar. I don't know. I don't know how we would do it. What do we do? Apparently Airhawk's some kind of monster. Killing peasants. Ripping them limb from limb, gruesomely. Probably eating them too. Just keep it under control. My allegiance to the Republic, to democracy! I don't think a shock collar would work on a werewolf, frankly, then. I mean, their necks would be thick. And, like, it wouldn't work, right? I mean, Ephra, that sounds like that could be it. Cray, hello there. That could be, I see validation to that, Ephra. Cray, hello there, sir. How are you doing here today? Welcome on in. Airhawk, I'm afraid we're going to arrest you here. It has to be done. You are out of our control. You are a grandee for the game, Cray. Welcome on back. Good morning to you. When you get knights arrive to arrest Count Airhawk, they're attacked by an enormous beast with coal-black fur and claws like scythes. Defiance will go up for the east. Authority will go up. It slays dozens of knights. Once finally wounded beyond hope of recovery, it turns back into human shape. Count Airhawk lies on the floor, frail and limp, and soaked in blood. The counts lose a military. Please, release me of my curse. Alright, order Count Airhawk dragged back to your dungeons or kill the beast. You guys elected to kill him, so we'll stick with killing you. A knight ends Airhawk's life in a single brutal axe blow. Defiance will go up 2, and he wanted it himself. Ooh. Your Grace, I wish we could have found a better way. Count Airhawk may have been a monster, but he still had noble blood, deserved better treatment. Airhawk. F's in the chat for our dear departed, but worry not. If you're new to the game, you can die all you want. We can kill 1,000,000 Airhawks. Your children will always come. Airhawk the Second, welcome to the council. There are roving hunters. Your Majesty, 2 barons are on their way home from an epic hunt and seek shelter for the night. In exchange, they're willing to give you a rare trophy, provide meat for an extravagant feast if you wish. What barons do we have? Their names are Marrow and, on their way, Kotori Blueberry. As for this particular hunt, it's an ancient martyr tradition. Something about trekking on all fours of the kingdom to claim a bounty on the great spirit animals. Alright, they can stay, but I don't feel like a feast. Bring them in, set the table, or turn them away. I want peace and quiet. I know, it really wants to curse the monarch. It's giving me giving a lot of opportunities here. We'll roll. Feast sounds wonderful. Do you fancy a feast? I mean, I do. But we'll roll. We'll get a 4. We will bring them in and set the tables. The table is set for the delectable feast. You enjoy the company of the 2 barons while the storm rages outside. Good meat? Alright, I love meat. Pile it on. Cat food for all? The meat they provide is said to come from their latest kill, Hortusk, an ancient boar the size of a castle. You're not sure you believe their story, but it certainly tastes better than anything you've had for a long time. It is delicious, thank you. But later that night, you hear strange noises coming from their quarters. Like a pig squealing and snorting. What on Celeste Ath did they bring in here? I mean, Ephra? Hello, Templar? Hello there. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining on in. Hope you're doing good here, Templar. Is there a... If I become a werewolf before we get attacked by a werewolf, is that a special event? A werewolf on werewolf fight? Could I make that happen? Respect their privacy? We need to check that. We need to check that. Selected to find out. I mean, I'm gonna become a werewolf no matter what, really. 2 sweaty barons on a man venture squealing like pigs in a darkened room? Ayo. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't think I've ever been a werewolf when the other werewolf comes, but, spoilers, no spoilers. Let's investigate the noise. What is that noise? You creep down the corridors and push open the door. The former barons stand before you, transformed into hideous porcine beasts that stand on 2 legs, snouts, tusks, floppy pink ears. Your Majesty, don't look at us! What in the devil is wrong with you? It was the meat, my liege. We hunted and butchered an ancient, legendary beast. We were told it were cursed, but... We were told devouring the beast, the spirit of the force itself, would bestow great power. We never thought this would be our reward. It's the same, yes, this is the same. There's only one model of werebeast. But I ate the meat as well. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. This is the first time this has happened. We have been eating the meat for many days now. Perhaps a single meal is not enough to trigger the curse. Yeah, we did. We did, Marley. That's why I'm... gears are turning in my head. Is there a double werewolf event that maybe we can have? Alright, I mean... Do I call the guards in? Shh, says Mero. We'll see. Leave us be. Tony. Since you're both saying you guys want me to keep it quiet, I'll keep it quiet. Won't even roll. I won't tell anyone. But Mero, Kotori, you have to leave like right now, okay? You hurry the barons through one of your hidden passages. They go without a word, not wanting to argue with your decision. Once outside, you bid them farewell. With as much sincerity as your hideous faces can muster, they vow to repay your kindness. All right. Our little secret. No one else knows about this, all right? This is between just us. Nobody else knows. Entirely secret. Eligible options. Marry a werewolf. I have found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young candidate from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely, you'll be securing a powerful alliance. Yes, I know, Chancellor. The Chancellor leads you to the Great Hall, where they've arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Alright. Let's meet the eligible candidates. If I marry a fish man and I'm a were person, That might not end up well. I might eat him. Alright. I wouldn't want that. Let's meet him. They whisk away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Lorelei, eldest daughter of the Eastern Moon Clarinet Dynasty. Some interesting babies, though. Apparently they had a hell of a time getting her to smile for the portrait. See that beautiful fur coat that she's got? Wolf pelt. Hunted it herself. Wolf pelt! I take offense. She did have to suppress a peasant revolt on her land recently. Wonder why. Uh-oh. If she's hunting wolves, that might not be good. Don't see what all the fuss is about, personally. From the south, Melkor, eldest son of the Gamer's 1700 lineage. See that scar? Got it in a duel. Always challenging people over some slight. The only thing he cares for is his faith, which he places above all worldly concerns. Despite that, though, he's said to have collected sins, like a soldier collects medals. Looks like Trothgardy looks like yours from the dynasty. Not bad. I don't know. Not bad. Not bad at all. And finally, we have the March's offering, Matthias, scion of the prestigious Gooberfish bloodline. He's known for his blunt honesty. The kind of honesty that makes you enemies. Like most of the barons, his great passion is hunting. No beast is safe from his crossbow. Oh, and he's not popular with the peasantry. Something about him sets their teeth on edge. Looks old. Gray hair everywhere. Just the sunken eyes. Is that all? Meh. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions to gain a lifelong alliance. I've made my decision, then. Which of them do you wish to marry? And, of course, I wish to marry Lorelei of the East. Excellent. I'll make the arrangements. Defiance will go down 2 for your choice, go up for the others. Have you ever seen an anime? At least one. End of season. We check in with the counts. Plots and counterplots. Deep in the back rooms of the royal palace, the eastern counts are poring over secret ledgers and scribbled diagrams. On the walls, a corkboard filled with pins, crisscrossed by colored string. The monarch has finally found a match, even if it's not who we had hoped. Now we just need to get on with the wedding. What? That is who you hoped. What the hell? Indeed, and then get to producing an heir. The peasants have been more agitated than usual recently. Someone's been filling their heads with fanciful tales about the monarch's massive treasury. I'll bet money on it being the baron's doing. Then they've got to keep up our efforts. Monarch Yuli isn't going anywhere on our watch. The counts must continue to aid the monarch by countering the other region's schemes. They will win the game if the monarch produces an heir and completes their ambition. The Grandees. In the south, beneath a scorching sun, Grandee Crystal is strolling through her vineyard in the company of a few close friends. The kingdom's fine. No one's calling for the monarch's advisors to resign. We need to step it up. More chaos, more panic. They can swoop in, offer the monarch an olive branch. Yes, and if they don't want to take it, we'll smack them with it until they give in. Grandee's aim, lower stability to 4 or less. It's at 5 currently, then. We'll go, Unity, with not many plans of using it quite yet. This game I love. Crystal is, I don't know, 50% of the time, you're a schemer at least. Unity for calling. I won't use it yet. That's in case of emergency. Break glass, use call for unity. There is silver discovered. Excellent news from the March, Your Highness. Prospectors have discovered deposits of silver on my land. Mining will begin. Wait! Wait. Says Cray. Nice way of saying no bitches. Something like that. Grandy Cray waves an ancient parchment. The silver belongs to me. The deposit is on our side of the border. This scroll proves it. This could get nasty, Your Majesty. The border between the March and the South has always been highly contested. Alright. Dispute between the borders here. Do we A, the March owns the silver, they claimed it first. B, the South is entitled to the land, they have some paper that says so. C, both regions must share the silver deposit. Vetoing C is something I do love to do here, and make you choose who gets the silver. Cray. That's one reason I don't always pick loyalty, because yes, some people don't want to be loyalists. I understand your pain here. Yeah, veto C is the fun play here. And even then, barons and grandees love it, because stability won't raise. So yeah, we will veto C. Who gets the silver? The March? They claimed it first? Or the South? They have some piece of paper saying so. Who gets the silver? Counts? You have a favorite here? Who do you think? Maybe Counts could swing it? Who gets it though? Counts divided. Grandy's coming out, though. Give us that land. We've got a piece of paper. Paper trumps rock. AKA silver. They got that paper. You gotta get that paper, honey. Get it in writing. Get it in writing. With a furious glance at Grandy Cray, Baron Maiden storms out of the room. Defiance will go up for the March. Will go down for the Grandees. Sorry you had to see that, Your Majesty. I'm sure he'll get over it. Indeed, we'll get to the fevered dreams first here. Over the course of the spring, you find yourself plagued by horrific dreams. You're running through open woods full of screams as your colossal jaws bite beast and human alike. Ephra, that was the fun play, you know it was. You're always hunting, always hungry. The councilors notice your lack of sleep as you become tired and irritable during court sessions. Something must be done. Alright. Something's wrong with me. We're not sure what. We're not sure what yet, okay? Find a local physician to help me sleep. Go hunting to satiate my urges. Seek out the woods witch for a folk remedy. Or do I ignore it? There are more pressing matters. Marrow demonstrating will roll here then. Do I embrace it though? I almost think I need to embrace it. Three. We'll find a local physician. I just need something to help me sleep. You send for a university-trained physician who goes through the usual remedies. She's helpful and kind, but nothing works. She refers you to a controversial professor at the university who specializes in the study of dreams and something he calls the apiary. He will speak with you soon. Okay. Maybe he'll help. The royal wedding. Your wedding to Lorelei is naturally the talk ape with Yeri, or something. Something. Naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital's one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's with Lorelei at your side. Do you take this woman as your lawfully wedded husband? I do. Then I pronounce you married in the eyes of the kingdom. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast. After the feast, a dance. Your new wife, Lorelei, refuses to dance at all, preferring instead to brood in the corner. Stability and authority will go up. Defiance goes down for everybody. By the time you find yourself alone with Lorelei, it's past midnight. You've never felt more tired. Dance for the Werewolf? This is like it's like that Teen Wolf movie where I'm going to with Michael J. Fox. If you've seen, I guess more people probably know the show nowadays. But I know the Michael J. Fox movie. You can dance at the dance. Did you see the 8 crows perched on the church tower as we walked into the cathedral? A dire omen. The movie for the win. It's a great movie. It still holds up pretty well, too, I think. Some 1980s stuff, I guess some people won't like. Shenanigans and words and everything, but it's still a very good movie. Alright. A gloomy count. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. Your words don't seem to sink in. Instead, Lorelei bursts into tears. The peasants have the right idea. They get married for love, not for politics. Oh, to live the simple life of a commoner. Alright, hold it back. Your life's not so bad, Lorelei. Oh, you don't get it, do you? My life is perpetual misery. No one understands. Not even my monarch. Lorelei pulls away from you and retreats to the spare bedchamber, slamming the door. You're left feeling a little depressed, dreading what married life will bring. Alright, yep, alright. Drama. Not that bad. Alright, you are the queen consort. Your life really isn't that bad, alright? Seriously. Get over it. We check in with everybody. Barons are on stage 2. They need the stability of the kingdom before or less. The grandees are still on stage 1, but they have the same goal, stability 4 or less. The counts are loyalists. They will win the game. If I should win the game, I wish farming to be high. It hasn't gone up. And, do we get to that last, or do we do that first here? Might as well rip the Band-Aid off now. Everybody, an event called hyperinflation? What could hyperinflation be? Marley, you are in. Yes, there you are. Hyperinflation. As you ordered, Your Majesty, the Royal Mint has churned out thousands of new coins using cheap gold-like metals. The treasury is technically replenished. My genius is almost frightening. I mean, that was the best solution. We just made 10,000 gold. No side effects. But it's devaluing the current currency across the kingdom. Do you know nothing about economics, my lord? A loaf of bread now costs 100 times what it used to. Something must be done. If this gets worse, our currency will be worthless. Trade goes down 2 for everybody. And, yeah, we do have to do something then. A, there's nothing wrong with this. Let's continue. B, do we adopt a entirely new currency, declaring the old one illegitimate? Do we C, adopt a foreign currency instead? Unity? I won't even Unity here. What do we do? Nothing is wrong. Absolutely nothing is wrong in the march. What do we do? Yeah, none of these are good, as you can see. Printing money is bad for the kingdom. There's no way to avoid this if you haven't seen it before. It will come. Even if you can somehow end the reign before hyperinflation hits, the next monarch will have to deal with it. And, yeah, it's not good here. It's not good. B is best. It's a tie currently. And when break a tie, what do we do? Crash the kingdom with no survivors is hyperinflation. And, yeah, there's nothing wrong. You think there's something wrong with this? No, this is fine. This is fine. We're fine. Everyone's fine. You stubbornly cling to your existing currency. It has your face on it. We can't throw that away. I know. Cray, should I have it there? Stability goes down to 1. Trade goes down 3 for everybody. Farming goes down for everybody. Defiance goes up for everybody. And oh yeah, the treasury goes down as well. This is fine. No, this is still fine. Right? We're still fine. Soon, farmers are selling each tournament for a wheelbarrow full of coins. Everyone's savings have been completely wiped out. Eventually, the cost of minting the coins actually outweighs their value. The kingdom's entire economy collapses like wet bread. The people begin using a barter system. Hey, that's not bad. Everything is fine. There is some sort of news. What is this news? Mining news. Ah, yes, the mine. Cray. Bring me... Cray. Tell us something good here. Your Highness, you recall my, the silver deposits between the March and the South? Our miners find a rich main and broke into a series of small caverns lined with smooth silver. What's more, there are tunnels leading to the surface. The surface of the March, my liege! This is according to the so-called official documents provided by Cray. The mine is ours. Murmurs rise among the council. So it would appear the documents favored the barons all along, or it favored the grandees all along, the barons all along. That. A, the barons can also mine from the deposit. B, these official documents must be investigated. Or C, the decision has already been made. Just leave this alone. And alright, I will call for unity here then. The kingdom's going to hell. We must, whatever we decide, we must be united in our decision. Do I have to veto? Maybe I should. Vetoing probably is a better idea, but hey. You're right, you're right. A little too hasty, Marrow. Veto might have been better. But there are people... the nobles don't wish the kingdom to crash and burn. Not yet, anyway. The barons can also mine, winning the day. As the two groups converge on the border claim, Marcher and Southern miners squabble like rowdy schoolchildren. The stability will go up, trade will go up, defiance will go up for the Grandees. Should you just rebel? Maybe. We'll see. Wait for the baby first. Baby. Greetings, Your Majesty. Some fine news from my peasants in the south. A baby has been born on your birthday, bearing a birthmark in the shape of the number 9. Yeah! Pop. Team 17? Holy shnikes. Hello there, welcome on in everybody, Team 17. Wouldn't you know it? Creators of this incredible, awesome game that we love so much. How are you doing here? Welcome on in everybody. Tarking Turtles, Batty Wongregs, Skyfall, welcome on in. Paradox, hello there, welcome on in. Holy cow. Team 17. Joe was disguised by you, killed by you disguised as an assassin? Were you guys playing? I didn't even see Team 17 on. Were you playing this game? Sneeding, welcome on in. How are you doing here? Hope your reign is going better than ours did. Well, my first reign didn't go so well today, but we're playing a second one. I was popped, to put it delicately, the first reign. How's everybody doing today? Welcome on in. Yes, Team 17. In Tributary Games, the two sort of distributor creators of the game here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome on in. I assume a lot of you might be familiar with this game, but this is King of the Castle. If you've never played it before, then what were you doing watching Team 17? You can be back to two King of the Castle streams. Were you in multiple? Marley's in many, many streams. Easy, welcome on in. How are you doing here? Welcome on in, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Casual Hoy. I play a whole lot of King of the Castle, and thank you, Team 17, for raiding and helping make this game, because I've been obsessed with it. You might have heard of it. We play this game practically every day, though I take breaks on occasion. All this week and all next week, I've been hosting a little tournament between the factions I call the Battle of the Bees, because we all know the bees are the truly most powerful people in the kingdom. The winningest faction over the next few weeks, I will put together a costume for Halloween this year. So if you want to see me dressed as any faction specifically, look at the schedule. Maybe your favorite team, you need to help them out. Today's game, Barons counts Grandees. Grandees have been doing very well. They have 3 wins so far during the week. The Bees can indeed bring a kingdom to their knees, despite not having knees themselves. Dress up as a Pat. There are people really wanting Pats. Some people really wanting Grandees. Those are the two in the lead at the moment, are Pats and Grandees. So if you like those regions, come on in. Worms is also very good. I loved me Worms games when I was younger. Anybody join? Who joined in? I'm sorry if I missed you joining in here. Snetting. You are Grandee. Anybody else? Anybody else I see joining? The Batty, welcome on in. You are on the counts. Easy Thorn, you are also a count. Paradox, you are on the Barons. And then Talking Turtle, you are also on the Barons. And so 17, thank you for joining me. Shout you out, I suppose, right? Team 17. They're not always streaming the Team 17 team. I must wait 2 seconds. Did somebody else shout them out? Thank you, one of my mods. Who's in here? Dakota's in here. But, thank you then. Thank you guys for making the game, helping me to play it. I love it. And I play it all the time. You did. Thank you, Dakota. Not just as it's fun to play, not only streaming, but I love to play as a noble. You know, I'm in games all day long. So thank you guys. People appreciate it. We'll continue on here. We're in an event called A New Baby right now. And a baby has been born. I'm approached by my good friend Crystal. A birthmark on the baby is a fantastic omen. Perhaps we should mark the occasion. I'm always watching, always waiting. Dakota, thanks. All right. If you're new to the game, exclamation point, vote, space, your choice here after you've joined. What do we do with this baby? The monarch will send their blessings. The monarch has no time for peasant brats. C, we gift the parents a bounty of fine jewels and wine. Or D, do we send the Inquisition? Make sure the birthmark is real. Marley, feel better. Hope you feel all right. What, Marley? Are we rebelling? To recap what's been going on in the game, why Defiance is so high, we had the hyperinflation event. That didn't work out so well if you've never seen it. The Grandees and Barons right now attempting low stability. The Counts are loyalists at the moment. I'm trying to remain neutral most of the time. I'm not using many laws. I want the nobles truly to play these games. So I will not veto or do anything here. And are we rebelling? There's talk of the Barons rebelling. I don't think they can't start rebelling yet. It would start next season. In order to rebel in this game, if you haven't seen a rebellion, your Defiance stat must be higher than authority or stability. So only ones able to rebel right now are the Barons, though they are very close. Katori, new friend. How are you doing? It is so good to see a new person in here. This is King of the Castle. It is a streamer versus chat versus chat versus chat game where anybody can play. It's as simple as typing exclamation point join into the chat. Just as Sadie just did there. Sadiekins, welcome on in. Just as Sadie has just demonstrated for us. And you will join one of our 3 random teams we have today. Well, the teams aren't random, but you'll be randomly placed. Sadie, for instance, you are a count for the game here. This is our second game of the day. We're playing 2 games a day all this week and all next week. Same dynasty for those 2 days. The Chad. Yes, sometimes I'll sneak a Chad into that. Favorite region and your favorite scheme? Oh, well, that's nice. Sadie, welcome on in. All right. Oh, Marley, rest, sleep, drink water, take care of yourself, please. Marley, we love you. We want you to be here. But we also want you to take care of yourself. Lapindoodle, Lapine Doodle, Lapindoodle, Lapine Doodle. Doodle, I know. Welcome on in. You are a Baron for the game. Thank you for joining us. My favorite faction, the Pats. Not that I want to dress them or anything, but the Pats are my favorite faction to play as. They're tons of fun. A lot of people don't like the Pats too. It's another reason why I'm just like, all right, you guys all hate the Pats. I'll love the Pats. So I love the Pats. They're hard to play as, yes, but they're fun. Grandees, then tier list: Pats, Grandees, Chiefs, Counts, Barons, maybe. Full tier list. We'll go on. D is our winner here. By the 9th, your holiness, I can assure you, there's no deception going on here. Stability goes down 1. Defiance will go up for the Grandees. I'll be the judge of that. When the High Inquisitor returns, she's forced to admit the birthmark is indeed genuine. But her rude questions and threats have turned the local population against her. Faith will go down for the Grandees. We'll end the season. We'll check in with the Grandees. The kingdom's in great jeopardy, and the council is calling for the monarch's inner circle to resign, says Combo. We need to increase the pressure. If the monarch's in a weak enough position, they've got no choice but to bow to our demands. No more interfering spy master. No more marshal, chancellor, or treasurer. A whole new inner circle. all made up of grandees. For the next stage of your scheme, grandees, lower authority to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Alright. So grandees advancing to stage 2 finally here then. We get to our next auction of the game. Counts, grandees, barons, chiefs. Power gap. Pats. Gotta go, guys. Maidenless. Thank you for joining us. Have a good day here. We will see you later here, Maidenless. Our next auction of the game. Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid for an auction, of course. Richest nobles list is on the right. You might notice a lack of grandees. They're quite poor, our grandees, but they are rich in spirit. None of them on the leaderboard. Poor grandees. Paced out for a bit, and what happened? I don't know. Something about dogs, I think, Marley. Marley, we sent somebody to check if the birthmark was real, if that's what you're talking about. What do we do here? Let's examine everything. A, the aqueduct raises up farming for the barons. B, the prison will lower stability for the kingdom. C, the stadium will lower military for the counts. D, the thieves guild will lower trade for the counts. E, the cathedral will raise up faith for the grandees. And F, the theater will lower authority for the kingdom. B, we'll crash the game, as I like to call it, without any survivors, maybe. If you want the game to end, the game will end in King of the Castle if authority, stability, or treasury reaches 0. So if you want to crash the kingdom, that is B. And if that should happen, it would be a vote off for who would be the winner between the 2 nations with the highest stats. Right now, that would be barons and counts, right? At least at first glance, appear higher than the grandees. So grandees probably don't want B at the very least. Grandees do want low authority, that is F. Barons do want low stability, but if it reaches 0, that's it. So barons, not sure what else. Counts as loyalists want high farming, that is also A. 60 seconds you have for an auction. End core, welcome on in. How are you doing here today? Thank you for joining us. You're joining just in time for an auction. End core, you are a grandee. A nice influx of money for the grandees, maybe. Welcome on in. If anybody has any questions, ask them, please. We are very knowledgeable of the game around here. I'm sure Team 17 was probably very helpful when they were playing as well here. But, A and B... A, our early leader with a huge amount, 5,500. B with 1,700. I see 1,700 as well in F. We're halfway through, 30 seconds in. There's 1069, nice in C. A at 5,500, a lot of people funding that. F now taking the second place at 2,950. I recommend getting in your funds the last 10 seconds because of delay happening. And that is 10 seconds now. Still A and F. 3450 is the cutoff. There's 1900 in B. 3000 now. C is our third place at the moment. C now. A and B. B and C. B now. F. F at the last second. I think Airhawks, then FMXs did get in there. A will raise farming up for the barons. Moon, the biggest contributor to that. F will also get built then. Cray, biggest contributor to that. That was close. Almost end of the game. Rebellion report. And speaking of almost end of the games, all 3 nations currently are on the verge of rebellion. In order to rebel in the game, your defiance for your nation must be higher than authority or stability, whichever one of those is higher. So 6 or more defiance allows you to rebel. Shall we? The counts at least want to. There are the seeds of rebellion. Hold on. Before we rebel, we've got seeds of rebellion. Let's take a look. That's the 5th peasant that I've had to hang this week. Just like all the others, she was trying to steal our gold and give it to the poor. Pah! What do the poor need with gold anyway? What in Celestia happened to the kingdom? Inflation. Did you miss hyperinflation, Marley? Maybe you missed that. Hyperinflation hit us. That's why everybody is hating me now. Something is amiss, Your Majesty. Someone has been stirring up discontent among the peasantry. I have reason to believe it is barons. And why should I care about a few money-grubbing peasants? It's just peasants. Tell me, have you heard of King Ceramo of Kurth? King Ceramo of Kurth? No, I don't think so. I didn't think so. You've never heard of him because Kurth hasn't had a monarch for centuries. In fact, he and his entire family were trapped inside his palace, while partisans set fire to it from the outside. I dare say you'd avoid this fate, if you can help it. The peasants' uprising is trouble if not de-escalated quickly. The barons will capitalize on instability to install Jacob as king. So, we kill a few more? Put the fear of the ninth into them? You misunderstand. That's exactly what the barons want. It will cause chaos. Your Majesty, you must get a grip on the common folk. If the kingdom is stable, discontent will not be able to spread as easily. That will give me time to root out the conspirators. An ad. We'll pause momentarily. Back, that was quick. Most of my ads are quick. I put it at the minimum. Hopefully it's safe for work ads. Ad was quick. Bruce, hello there. How are you doing today? Welcome. I'm sure that I don't need to explain how fertile the current political climate is for unrest. Perhaps the council will aid you in this endeavor. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. Kingdom's not doing so well here. But this is a vote. What do we do about the barons? Barons are getting close to their third stage. Should A, everyone chip in to pay for new hospitals? B, promise reforms to the common folk to keep them calm? Or C, the peasants are always unhappy about something. Let them riot. A makes sense. The peasants are always unhappy about something. What were the other events? Just paying attention. Well, I think I'll call for unity here. No law, neutral king. I will call for unity. Is what I'll do, but you can pick what you want. What do we do? In order to not crash the kingdom. I'm always not trying to crash the kingdom, you know that. I like scheme victories. Call for unity. If you don't know what it does, is a law. If whatever passes has a majority of the vote, more than 50%, it will raise stability a single point. A lot of people picking A here to try to raise stability. I don't think it's going to be enough, but we do have other events to go through. Why is everyone voting A? To build new hospitals. Airhawk, are you against hospitals? Marley, please, okay? Thank you for being here, but get some rest. Drink something. If you're feeling bad, you have medicine? Gosh. The bed is the most inviting place. My bed's over there. I love my bed. Hospitals. Everyone has hospitals. Ever since doctors stopped just waiting for people to die and instead tried to cure them, everyone has always wanted more hospitals. Everyone, that is, except the nobles, who usually have to pay for it. Defiance goes up everywhere. Everybody will lose, I think it's 300 gold. Maybe even more? How much was it? How much gold did you lose? Grandees, despite having a dozen people, have barely 1,000 gold between them all. Mad Yob, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well here today. Howdy, howdy, Mr. Negatron. Hope you're well today. Thank you for joining us. Negatron. Welcome on in. Why should we have to pay for them? They're serfs. Sweden here. Sweden? Well, welcome on in. Thank you for joining us. Are you familiar with the game here, Mad? If you want to play along, it's !join. If you're fine just watching and learning a little bit, you can here. The Dynasty... This has been the most chaotic stream of the week. I would definitely say, Negatron. A rebellion in the first game that ended in my assassination. This second game, stability is plummeting. Trade is at nothing. I mean, rebellion probably incoming soon as well. Mad Yob, just like that then. If you have any questions about the game, let us know here, Mad. You are on, it places you on one of the 3 teams. You're on the Grandees here for the game, the yellow team. If you have questions, let us know. It's a story-based game, though. It's streamer versus chat game, I describe it as. How many games do I play? This week, I'm playing 2 games a day, every day. Usually, it's only 1 or so, though. I can't do more than 2 for the most part. Because I'm old. It takes a lot out of me. Voice starts to crack. You can hear my voice getting worse as the week has gone on. About my air. There's a lot of reading. I love it though. One of the reasons I love playing and streaming this is it reminds me of Dungeons and Dragons, being a dungeon master. I'm running the story and then you guys get to play. It's a lot of fun. Dakota. Thank you. Take a sip, kid. Thank you. Thank you. To say it. I push through. And rules well. Thank you, Negatron. Drinking from the void. No, it looks like a perfectly normal cup to me. What are you talking about? Surely there's nothing wrong with it. Pinky. And it's done, and it's done. That one's done. I have 2. Your marriage to Lorelei is not what you'd hoped. She seldom sleeps in your bed, and over breakfast, you exchange only a few frosty words before she departs on a hunt. The last thing on your mind is procuring an heir, but the needs of the kingdom must prevail. The Emperor has no cup. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. But something's still missing. You need an heir. You need someone young whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. Alright. I've been rolling a lot to determine situations like this week. Because me and the wife aren't getting along, I will not even include that. I won't have a child with her. She hates me. A loveless marriage, I will not bring a child like that into it. However, the other options are perfectly viable. We will D6 to determine what we do. We get a 1 then. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 1, 2. I'm pretty sure I've got a bastard child lying around somewhere. The church won't be happy, but they're just as keen to avoid a civil war as we are. They'll legitimize the bastard without much fuss. I will meet with the Archbishop tomorrow. Okay. There is no silver. Baron Maidenless and Grandee Cray arrive in the council chamber side by side. The barons and grandees have been fighting over a silver mine. This is the 3rd week in a row with no silver. Why are the miners spending all their time playing this rock ball sport anyway? Good God! It was your miners who invented rock ball. I can't help that Marcher workers are competitive. It's a disaster. Even the miners who haven't broken their arms aren't getting any mining done. Alright. Rock ball has been invented. Hells yeah. I picture just a horrible, bloody sport where they're just literally throwing, like, boulders and, like, rocks around. That's how I picture rockball. It's not a pretty picture. Do we A, build a fence to divide the mining camps? B, ban rockball? Or do we C, host an official rockball tournament? Rockball for the win! What do we do? Alright, yeah, rockball. These aren't good rolls. But what do we do? Do we got this? We haven't been rolling good today. I'll warn you guys. I'll probably definitely say both of those rolls are going to fail. There's no way. An official rockball, I mean, I can't resist it. Even if it is a 30%. They just play rockball until they can't anymore. Sage. Very good advice. Just, you will play until you collapse onto the ground. Alright. I haven't succeeded on a rockball tournament hit in a while. Come on, baby. The first annual Rockball Cup is an unmitigated disaster. Previously, a mismatch of undocumented and ever-changing rules, arguments about what rockball actually is, turn into bloody brawls. They can't, I know, Sage again. Sagely advice. In the end, both barons and grandees are forced to withdraw from the mind altogether before the conflict escalates further. Sounds like a great success. Maybe the grandees' authority lowered. They love it. We will end the season. There's talk of rebellion. Right now, the only team that will be rebelling will be the Counts. And wait, I'll wait. I won't sneak it through. Bonus, if you rebel in the game, you march upon the capital and try to overthrow it by force. However, while you're rebelling, you put your scheme on hold, so you don't have to worry about, like, your regular goal for the game. Don't rebel. And right now, the only one, every nation is able to rebel, but the only ones currently wanting to are the Counts. And we'll go ahead then. The final push. Back in the march, Baron Templar has met with their co-conspirators once again. Brandy is being passed around in good measure. It seems spirits are high. We've done it, you beautiful bastards! The commoners are in an uproar. Riots are commonplace across the kingdom. I foresee no negative consequences of this. Batty, I see you in the game. If you're changing devices, it leaves you in. If the extension's not working, I'll check to make sure that your votes are going through. But you, I see you, Batty, on the Counts. Baked bread. Hello there. Other than the monarch, of course. And the rejoin. It seems to happen sometimes. Alright, I'll make sure your vote still goes through. Huzzah! I'm sure the monarch is already cowering in their palace. Who knew the common folk could be so useful? Bread, you are a baron for the game here. Welcome on in. Hope you're well this game. It has been a turbulent kingdom, this game. Not only then, now then, only one step remains. I have two proposals for the plan ahead. One way or another, we'll push the peasants to turn violent. Alright. Barons, this is your final goal for the game. Should you A, devalue the kingdom's currency, spreading mass poverty? Or B, manufacture a food crisis, spreading mass starvation? Yeah, Bread, the first game was won by a Counts Rebellion. This second game, as you can see from the Defiance, isn't working out too well either for the kingdom. Alright, lowering all trade seems like a pretty good option here, Barons, considering it's at 4 total. And the trade is bad. We printed money a little earlier, is why trade is so bad. And why the kingdom itself is kind of horrible. Diabolical. Why, you might even call it evil. No, it's for their own good. When you think about it, everyone will be better off with Jacob on the throne. With this final push, we will ensure the monarch soon has more than just a few angry peasants on their hands. Aye, and once the fighting starts, I'll be right there, ready to step in and negotiate. For the final stage of their scheme, barons must lower all regions' combined trade to 2 or less. This actually might be hard. Yeah, because really there's nowhere for trade to go but up. So barons, I don't know here. I was wondering what it was going to be. 2 or less? Ooh. I mean, it's not impossible, of course, but yeah, it does seem, yeah, if trade goes up, that'll just screw you. We come to tax season. Tax season every year. 3 ways a monarch may tax you guys, the nobles. Cruel taxing will raise defiance. Raise the treasury up by 400. And take 400 gold from everybody in the color. Common taxing, no defiance. Swing a mere 100 treasury to wealth. The bribe will lower your defiance. Lower the treasury by 700. Add 700 wealth to everybody. Alright. Neutral options. I've been doing the whole game. Counts got the trade bonus. They cleared some woodland to build new mills. We see a few counts atop the richest nobles. Barons, I can't tax the counts as you can see here, because the counts are in rebellion. Richest overall probably counts. Randy's definitely poorest. Common tax is fine. We'll get to the rebellion report. On the verge of rebellion are the barons and grandees. Currently rebelling are the counts. This second game in a row. This time you don't have your spider riders. A letter of thanks we'll get to first. Your Majesty, a letter for you. The Chancellor hands you a small, tattered envelope. On the back is a seal you don't recognize, but you're sure it's from the march. Your esteemed Highness, recently you hosted us when we were in need. You'll be pleased to know that we have been cured with the help of a powerful witch of the woods. Please accept this gift as a token of our gratitude. We will always be in your debt. The Chancellor hands you a small cedarwood box. Inside are a number of gold coins and a ruby-encrusted silver brooch. Earlier in the game, a couple of barons visited us. We spared their lives in exchange for silence. So I shouldn't even tell you what happened. In exchange for silence, hoy! 2 barons didn't visit me. Nay, we have no idea what this is about. Do I give the brooch to my wife, who I hate? Or yes, I believe it's for me. I mean, we're not rolling. No, I'm not giving it to my wife. I don't like the wife. This is for me. No roll. Nope, it's my brooch. Wife doesn't like me. I know. If she and me got along, I would gladly give it to her, but nope, we won't. You marvel at the beautiful brooch, wondering whether 2 accursed hunters could have found it. Whatever the case, it makes a nice addition to your treasury. Forget my wife. So, Mero and Katori lose money. They were the 2 barons. The treasury will go up. I spared their lives earlier. Rebellion. Your long-standing agreement Oh yes, by the way, this is a loyalist rebellion. There's going to be slightly different dialogue for a lot of this. Your long-standing agreement with the fellow counts has broken down. You're confronted in your throne room by Countess Batty Wronglegs. Her smile as sharp as a scalpel. The Counts of the East can no longer support your tyranny. It is with great regret that we must declare you illegitimate. We will be fighting for Marcella, the true queen. Authority and stability both go down. This is a formal declaration of war. The next time we see each other, we'll be on the battlefield. Risky. But we will roll. We will roll for this as well. Whew. 1 through 10. C's. 11 through 20. Spare. Gods. Sees her. I'm not. Definitely not making it easy. Come along now, traitors get the chop. What? But you can't do this. I'm an envoy, see? See how the monarch's tyranny grows worse by the day. Stability will go down. Defiance will maximize for the counts. Your watchmen waste no time. Countess Batty Wronglegs is dragged out into the courtyard. Her head is struck from her shoulders. I didn't expect this to happen, Your Majesty. Your closest allies have turned against you. And my dear nobles, Batty Wronglegs has died. Tragically, unpreventable. But fear not, if you're newer to the game, you can die 1,000,000 deaths. You will always have a child. Batty Wronglegs the Second will take your place on the council. Marshal, I'm almost afraid to ask, what are our chances against the rebels? Should you just rebel, Varicor? Honestly, yes. Let me put it this way, Your Majesty. Everyone in the palace who understands the situation has wet themselves. Talking Turtle, thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying yourself here. We do play a lot of King of the Castle. Join us all next week. Double games every weekday next week. How did things get this bad, Marshal? The leader of the rebellion is Count Ephra. Of course it is. As reason for the uprising, he's citing your past transgressions. Mainly, the time you stubbornly clung to your money, despite the hyperinflation it caused. Yeah, that'll do it. Hyperinflation can ruin the kingdom. Urge to murder. Rising. Ephra, you won't do it to me this time. Yes, Your Majesty. Hold on to that feeling. You'll need it. So this is it? Civil war? I don't know if I'll call it civil. That's right, Your Majesty. The kingdom is divided. There will be a lot of death and suffering before all this is over. I can't wait. I'll dig out the trebuchets. The opening strike. The counts have a long and fraught history of mad, tyrannical rulers. Yet it still hurts that we must do this to Monarchuli. Oh, what irony! Won't somebody think of the irony? They made their choice when they betrayed the East. Indeed, and that's why we must rise up. By placing Marcella on the throne, we will reclaim what we lost. But first, we must decide on tactics. My fellow counts, I ask you, how shall we strike first? We can launch a preemptive strike against the grandees to cripple their military capabilities. If we suspect the barons may join our cause, we can call them to war. They'll be more likely to join us if the monarch's authority is low. We should also call upon the church to condemn the monarch. Or finally, we can send an assassin to nip this in the bud. Alright, counts only vote. Counts are currently the only ones rebelling, though others might be joining them. Counts, what do you do? Launch a preemptive strike upon the grandees. Call upon the barons to join the cause. Petition for support of the church. Or do you send an assassin after the monarch? I will note the honor guard are grandees, Sisterhood of the Steel. Counts. Looks like an assassin worked for you last game. Okay. I don't know. I wasn't seeing. I don't know who's joining the rebellion yet. If both sides are. Thank you for meeting with me on such short notice. The sum you offered piqued my interest. You understand why the sum is so high, though. It's not. It's not. Bargain price to kill a king. 750 gold. It costs more to assassinate Ortega. It costs more to assassinate cows. It costs more to assassinate anybody, practically. Yes, you want me to assassinate the monarch. It's no trouble. I'm a child of the Viper. If you have the gold, you want a person dead. They are dead. Get it done. All right. So, checking in then, joining the rebellion will be the grandees. It appears the barons remaining loyal for the moment. We will continue. I'll keep what we got as far as laws are concerned. Currently rebelling. All right, officially joining the rebellion are the grandees. And we'll check the more treachery. Dire news, Your Majesty.
60% of the time, it works.
Every time. The South has sent a battalion of their finest soldiers to support the counts in the field. What does that mean? What? The grandees have formally joined the rebellion, declaring you a tyrant. They're citing your past transgressions as reason for the uprising, allowing the barons access to the southern silver mine. The time you stubbornly clung to your money despite the hyperinflation it caused. They're even more reason to be upset, huh? I won't lie, Your Majesty. The odds are stacked against us now. A great battle. Vast armies darken the landscape like shadows of clouds. Flags are flying, drums are pounding in rhythm with the marching of troops. Boots, the kingdom is gripped with civil war. At least, that's what you imagine. Most of your time is spent in the safety of your palace, poring over a giant map with your marshal. Your Majesty, the army of the East is trying to link up with the army of the South. If we take them both on at once, we're in real trouble. Our only hope is the barons. Against both armies at once, they'd be outnumbered. Perhaps they can join one of the rebel armies by surprise before the two join forces. We have no choice but to strike one or the other before it's too late. What are your orders, Your Majesty? All right. Tell the barons to go after the Eastern army first. Tell the barons to go after the Southern army first. Roll, or the good... Strategically, I should say, like, barons go after the Southern army first. I'll just say here. Very well, Your Majesty. I'll relay your orders to the commander in the field. Hopefully they do as they're told. God knows treachery can thrive on a battlefield. Alright, barons. Barons only vote. Do you A, follow orders? Send the marcher army to fight the grandees. B, defy orders. Send the marcher army to fight the counts. Or do you see, stand back, let the rebels march on the capital without challenge? Manco C, welcome on in. How are you doing today, Manco? You are a count for the game here. You're entering during the middle of a rebellion here, Manco. It honestly is not looking good for the loyalists either. But Barons, Monarch Yuli thanks you for your loyalty. Sheesh. The whole city holds its breath. You stew in your palace waiting for the marshal's return. Finally, she bursts into the throne room, drenched in blood and sweat of battle. Alright. I was getting nervous, Marshal. I'm concerned about you most of all.
60% of the time, it works.
At dawn, we drew up in battle formation. It's all very orderly at first, Your Majesty, but after the trumpets blow and cavalry charge, it's nothing but blood and screams. The Southern Army smashed into our troops like the fist of the Ninth himself. I've seen some battles in my time, Your Majesty, but never a massacre like this. So much blood. Ouch. We were utterly annihilated. Some of the larger forces may have survived by fleeing to the hills. I don't know. I had to get out of there. We've lost. We're all going to die. Honestly here, Marshal. Pull yourselves together. If we want to see the year's end, we must build up fortifications, stockpile food, train up a citizens' militia. Cray, thank you for praising the Ninth. Because honestly, now's the time to hunker down and hope for a miracle. The armies of the counts and grandees will be camped outside the city walls in a matter of weeks. It's time to pray for the Ninth, Your Majesty. Because apart from him, we're on our own. And we'll save the best for last. Something's wrong. It's an afternoon like any other. You're sitting atop your throne, listening to petitions of the common folk. Boring. A merchant is droning on about the number of beggars in this capital's main square. Suddenly, you spot a flash of movement out of the corner of your eye. What's that? A hooded man steps forward from the crowd, unsheathing a lethal-looking blade from his belt. The merchant's droning stutters to a halt. Guards? Guards? But your southern battle nuns are conspicuously not rescuing you. In fact, they've drawn their weapons
60% of the time, it works.
And formed a line, preventing the watch from stepping in. Betrayed! The assassin steps towards you, completely unopposed, and hurls the dagger. As the assassin flings a blade, your life flashes before your eyes. You really could die here. Duck. With cat-like agility, you dive out of the way of the thrown knife, leaving it to thud harmlessly into the throne's backrest. But, now what? Now what? Somebody do something! The crowd run about in a panic. Officers sprint in all directions, shouting contradictory orders. By the time everyone settled down, the assassin is long gone. Your Majesty, are you all right? I mean, honestly, amazingly, yes. I am all right. Not a scratch on me. 60% of the time, it works every time, though. You have incredible luck. It's a good thing you're so quick. If that blade had hit you... She pulls out the knife that had been embedded in your throne. I suspect it was coated in the venom of the scorpion cat. Slightest scratch, you'd have died in indescribable agony. Who was the assassin? One of the children of the Viper, the most feared assassins in the kingdom. No doubt hired by the enemies in the east. I think I'm gonna need some time to process this, Spy Master. Of course. The council will stop at nothing. Even murder, it appears, to bring you down. Things could have gone very differently. Okay. On the verge of rebellion still are the barons. Rebel or die trying. Barons. Monarch Yuli appreciates it. End of season. The Barons are on their third stage. They need trade to go to 2 or less for them to win the game. A scheme 2 will take priority. Barons, just need you guys, if you guys had looted, maybe. But that would have raised it for the other nations, I don't know. It would have, overall, it would have stayed the same, right? I don't know. Barons, you can still pull it off, though, is what I'm trying to say. But, it does appear to be a little bad. We have my heir. Hey, good news, right? Your quest for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council holding a small child in your arms. Should I die, so my crown be passed down to... I know, they need 2 miracles, really, you're right. The council is filled with nervous silence. My legitimized, natural-born... Oh, gamers, I'm sorry. Sorry, then. The honor guard is grandees, but they joined the rebellion, so they didn't help out in the assassination attempt. What had just happened? My legitimized, natural-born child. The assembled nobles break out in sporadic applause. By designating an heir, you cement the stability of the kingdom. Provided you can survive the civil war. Though the common folk may lose some faith in the church, seeing their monarch's extramarital ventures being forgiven so easily. Your Highness, may I be the first to congratulate you on legitimizing your child. What is their name? This is Yuli the Second Paradox. Huzzah, Your Highness! I'm sure little Yuli will grow up to be a chip off the old block. Congratulations on finding an heir. Now you just need to fulfill your ambition to win the game. Expect a visit from the Spy Master soon. There is, the capital starves. Your Majesty, given the sad state of the kingdom's farms, we couldn't stockpile enough food before the siege. Now everyone is starving. Not ideal. Empty bellies make empty heads, Your Majesty. The peasants may rise up in a mad revolt if they starve for much longer. Right now, that would be disastrous. We need to find a way to feed the people, or at least prevent them from rising up against you. Right? A loyalist-only vote. The only ones who can vote in this are loyalists, the barons. Will the barons be able to complete their scheme in time? They could. Possible. A. Barons only then. A. Do you stage a risky attack on the rebels to steal food supplies? B, in solidarity, the monarch shall eat as little as the peasants. C, let them eat cake. Or D, let them eat horses. Haven't started the vote yet, everybody. This is Barons only. I don't know, whatever. If I had a golden choice for my loyalists here, I would use it. Barons, whatever you want. What do we do? Should I have unity? Maybe unity there? We're fine. Do you go for the 20% Barons? A risky attack on the rebels. Ooh, baby. 20% always succeed. I saw last night a 20% win a game for a monarch. If you need miracles, might as well start with the 20%, huh? Barons? It's risky. Must risk it for the biscuits. You send a band of soldiers out beyond the walls, tasked with stealing supplies from the enemy camp. Wish us luck, Your Majesty. The soldiers don't return until the next day, when their bloodied corpses are hurled over the walls by trebuchet. That didn't work. It happened. I mean, your gamble didn't pay off, Your Majesty. I suppose at least now we have fewer mouths to feed. Rebels are at 4 victory points, and we are besieged. The grandees and counts march through the crown lands, pillaging and burning. The roads are heaving with refugees. Corpses clog the rivers. Now the capital is surrounded. You stand on the ramparts of your palace, staring out in dismay at the army camps stretching for miles ahead outside the city. Get down from there, Your Majesty. If they get lucky with a crossbow bolt... Marshal, is there any hope? Only one. The Barons are still out there, Your Majesty. Their armies were smashed by the rebels, but they'll be gathering reinforcements, calling on reserves. I just hope they get here in time. The 9th will decide our fate. As you finish your sentence, an immense trebuchet hurls a 10-ton boulder towards the capital. It crashes into the nearby clock tower, smashing it to smithereens. Like I said, Your Majesty, you'd better get inside. Cray, thank you for praising the 9th. Barons are holding off from rebelling. It looks bleaker and bleaker every season, but Barons, damn it, are loyal. End of season. We get to an auction! Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid in an auction. Everybody can bid. Even rebels can bid for an auction. Richest noble picks are on the right. We see many counts atop the list. Everybody's money matters. Even the poor grandees. Maybe your little pittance can make a difference. Let's review what we have available. A, the Grand Bazaar raises trade up for the Barons. B, the Thieves Guild lowers trade for the Barons. It's pronounced pious, not poor. Yes, of course. C, the Cathedral will raise faith for the Counts. D, the Library raises stability for the Kingdom. E, the aqueduct raises farming up for the grandees. F, the monument will raise authority for the kingdom. Barons, of course, want B. Their goal is to have total trade in the kingdom 2 or less. Anti-baron is A. I guess barons, it would be hard for you to get... It's probably hard for you to not have B pass, if not have A pass here. If they want to block you. How much do you have? Freshly baked bread. Anybody and anyone that wants to know how much you have, ask. I can tell you. Bread, you have 1,100 gold. If you're playing on PC, I recommend downloading the extension. It should be above me, like right above here. If you get the extension, it'll give you your personal wealth plus your current gold for the game. Only the top 2 buildings get funded. No military at all is kind of odd. We couldn't get a military building during a rebellion? Come on. A and B are early funders. 850 now, 950 to 400. A and B. Barons as a blocker? I don't know what you could even do as a blocker. C is your best blocker, maybe? D to keep stability high? I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be hard. A is to getting a whole lot. 2,700. B at 900. 2,100 now for B. Got a big boost. However, there is 10 seconds left remaining. A and B currently 2,700 to 2,131. 5 seconds left. No one else getting funded. It will be A and B. Trade will go up and then down for the barons. All right. Rebellion report. Barons still hanging in there. The siege grinds on. Another dawn breaks. The combined armies of the grandees and counts have sprawled outside your city walls. For the last 3 weeks, they have tried to fight their way in. A rebellion report, not looking good. The siege drags on. Food supplies are dwindling. The streets outside your palace explode in daily riots as citizens demand to be fed. As your marshal departs to organize defenses, glass breaks and soldiers howl outside the palace. Your Majesty, there's a baying mob outside. They claim that you are conspiring with the invaders. And why would they think that? On account of your wife's heritage, Your Majesty. My wife is a count. They're demanding that you lock her up in the dungeon until this siege is over. Well, I don't like my wife. Don't be ridiculous. I trust my wife. I will not give in to the demands of a raging mob or escort my wife to the dungeon. I mean, I won't roll here. No, locking her up seems like we should do. I won't even roll. We will do this. Escort my wife to the dungeon. All things crumble to dust. Walls. Trust. A marriage. I'm sorry, but it must be done. Make sure she gets a comfy cell, or you're right, what am I doing? Let her go. Sorry, but it must be done. When they hear that your wife has been locked up, the mob dissipates satisfied. You sit on your throne and brood. As the evening draws in, horns blast outside the city walls. Counts and grandees are mounting a final attack. End of season, our next tax season of the game. 3 ways a monarch may tax the nobles. Cruel taxing you will raise up your defiance. Raise the treasury by 400. Take 400 gold away from everyone in the color. Common tax, no defiance, swing 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing you will lower your defiance. Take away 700 gold from the treasury and add 700 gold to every noble. I think here, I have been remaining neutral, but I think I probably should do something here, huh? The counts got the bonus, harshly taxing their serfs. All the counts made money. And, neutral, we cannot remain here. Barons, you have your work cut out for you. We'll bribe you. Sure, why not? Had to be done for my most loyal barons. And that did help you. I don't know. We probably won't get to another. I don't know. Maybe we'll get to another auction, barons. Maybe. Maybe. There is a grim dawn, however. The sun arises on a city in turmoil. The grandees and the counts began their final assault last night. You've heard nothing outside but screams and howls, the clash of blades since. Half the capital's in flames. Soldiers rush back and forth, shouting panicked orders. You haven't seen your marshal since the night before. Perhaps she's already dead. The royal court is empty except for you and your child, cradled in the arms of their nanny. They're crying. It's giving you a headache. You wait and stew. Outside, the screams and clashes get louder. Finally, your spy master arrives, out of breath, her face stained by smoke and blood. They'll be here any moment, Your Majesty. You must saddle your horse and escape the city. I know of a secret passage. Barons? My loyalists, stand and fight? Do I stand and fight? Or show me where to go, Spy Master? We'll roll. Fight, fight. Maybe we fight. I'll roll. Is that Barons? Do we fight? Roll. 13. Everybody's saying fight. All right, we'll stay and fight. Then you will die. It was nice knowing you, Your Majesty. She is gone in the blink of an eye. Well, no turning back now. You rush to the stables, saddle your horse, and ride out into the street, sword in hand. A column of hardened Eastern knights advance down the road. Steel armor gleaming in the crimson light of dawn. You can see Count Ephra Bulbasaur at their head, shouting orders. Charge. You kick your spurs into your steed and charge forward, sword waving. It's beautiful. It's glorious. It will go down in the history books forever. It's over. Almost instantly. A knight meets your charge and plunges his lance straight through your chest, sending you flying from your horse. 1,000 heavy boots march over you, crushing you into paste. But for a moment there, you really felt like a monarch. All right. A rebel victory. But who wins the game? Vote now. When two teams are rebelling together, or the vote off, this is what will happen. Either A or B. A for the Counts, Marcella, or B for the Grandees, Santana. Who earned it? Hard to say who might be more worthy of this. I don't know. If not for the... I don't know. They both work together to win the rebellion, I think. The Grandees, if not for their honor guard. But then again, the assassin didn't succeed, so hard to say. Is this Santana from your dynasty? Yes, an alternate reality. They time traveled across space and many dimensions to be here. It's very close. Anybody wish to vote? Tie it up? Random between the winner? A random winner of the game? Anyone else? Anyone else doesn't vote? Anyone who hasn't joined the game want to join in and vote? You can. I've done it before. At the very end, I joined in to stop a tie. All right. At a vote of 10-9. The winner of our second game, 11-9 even. With a Queen Rebellion sweep on the day. GG's to everybody. 9/11, never forget. But especially to the Counts. One Grandee voted for the Count, by the way. Well, you know, they might think the Counts look better and want me to dress as a Count. A double Rebellion win. For the scoring system, Rebellion wins aren't as good as a scheme win, but, I mean, a win is a win. This will definitely shoot up the Counts. Monarch Yuli's last doomed glorious charge against the Counts would go down in history. Not as an especially smart move, but a brave one. As a reward for staying loyal to the monarch, the top barons were beheaded. In public, the survivors swore loyalty to the new regime. In private, they swore vengeance. And these were the only two rebellions we've had all week. They both succeeded. The Grandees joined the rebellion alongside the Counts, but nobody considered them a true contender for the crown. The Counts turned against their former puppet monarch, launched a rebellion that devastated the kingdom. Excuse me. Resorting to force rather than finesse, they asserted their control over the throne once again. Marcella was crowned to half-hearted cheers from the traumatized common folk. Alright, GG's everybody. Monarch Yuli, the loser. Yuli wasn't a loser. Was she? Airhawk remained our richest noble at the end of the game. Kingdom stats? Faith is pretty good. Barons have high faith. Counts with high military ain't bad. But this will be our final game for the week here. Thank you all for playing all week long in the Battle of the Bees. We will continue next Monday through Friday, 2 games a day, rotating factions. Monday's game will be Barons, Chiefs, and Patricians. Chiefs are a little bit behind in the stats then, but Chiefs have 4 games next week to try to catch up. Thank you, Dakota. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day and rest of your weekend. No stream probably tomorrow. I could stream for a short time, maybe. I don't know if I will. But who is on right now? Any other Kings of the Castle? We do have one very special king who is achievement hunting for the very last one that he needs. Let us try to help him out. How about it here? Our friend Technolocker is playing. Thank you all for playing with me here today, then. I'll tally up everything, and there'll be new stuff I'll display over the weekend. A new Praise the Ninth poster, more details about that. I think, actually, as I'm thinking about it, actually, after the Praise the Ninth, I think we'll do a Dynasty with the top 3 teams. Would love to see it on YouTube. This one, should I publish it? Maybe I could. I don't do the raw footage too often, but maybe. Ephra, do we want these raw footages put on YouTube? I could. Dakota, thank you. Hoy Raid! I don't have a raid message, but Hoy Raid you can put. I do Praise the Ninth a lot as I'm raiding in. thank you all for being here today. Thanks, Team 17 for the raid. Appreciate you guys for coming on in here. Everybody for hanging on out. Thank you. A very fun couple of games. Join me next week, then. If your nation isn't doing so well, take a look at the calendar. Play when your team will be playing. Thank you here. Roswell, everybody have a good day. Let's be nice to Techno. I will run off. I'm hungry. Missed my lunch. I need lunch. Be good people. Remember, you are better than you were yesterday. Think of how awesome you will be tomorrow. Fuzzy Pickles. Hungry. Are you hungry? Bet you are.